Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, staff and council. We'll call this meeting to order. Before we carry on, I will look to Councillor DeLeo for our land acknowledgement. Please, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Metis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tionantati, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Metis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And before I carry on, I'd just like to make a couple of announcements. First of all, I'd like to welcome our new clerk, Nicole Rubely. Nicole, welcome. We're pleased and happy to have you here, and look forward to working with you as we move forward. So welcome to Wasaga Beach. And another thing I'd just like to mention is I understand and I want to make clear that as of today, Councillor Timms, I may be the first person to wish you a happy birthday 3 days in a row. Happy birthday, Councillor. Okay, moving on to the business. Item number 2 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. Does anyone else have a pecuniary interest to declare? Seeing none, if you do at any time throughout the meeting, please let us know at that time. Moving on to item number 3, open forum. Open forum provides a 2-minute opportunity for the public to speak on any agenda items appearing on the current agenda. Meetings are being held in the council chambers at the town hall, and members of the public can participate in person or electronically. Members of the public wishing to speak regarding an agenda item must pre-register by 12 p.m. the day before the meeting. If you wish to register, please contact our clerk, deputy clerk at wasagabeach.com. Do we have anybody in the audience today or that is registered, Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, to speak?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. First, I'll call upon Mr. Joe Bickerstaff. Thank
you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good morning, Joe. Now, I also understand that you made it pretty clear this morning to the Deputy Clerk that you would also sing today.
I've changed my mind about singing.
All right, welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I think most of you on Council are aware, know me, but possibly not aware of my long and rich the love of the long and rich history of Wasaga Beach. The deputy mayor and I, was it over 10 years ago, worked on the Way Wasaga Was event when Waterside was brand new, and we were in the Dardanella room, and it turned out to be just a very successful event and actually turned into a really heartwarming reunion of Wasaga Beach people from all over the province came home to Wasaga Beach. So I'm very eager to speak to the on the agenda about the Historical Advisory Committee, and I wanted to make Council aware that I and several other people I've spoken to are very, very eager to help out or be a part of this committee if it continues. And as a result of speaking to so many people who are eager to be on that committee or help promote history and heritage in Wasaga Beach, most of us agreed to some of these points that I just wanted to bring up to make Council aware of my thoughts and some people's thoughts about the effectiveness of the committee. I printed in large font here, so I wouldn't need my glasses, but I need my glasses. Bear with me here. I understand, according to the agenda, and again, this is just my understanding of the agenda, so if I misread or misunderstood, or if we did, maybe some of these aren't necessarily appropriate, but it's for discussion. The folks that I spoke to, we can't speak to the fact that only 4 applicants applied for the committee. But I and the rest of us can guarantee that many individuals, or several individuals from the community, including some former committee members and committee award recipients, would be happy to place their names on the list for the committee if it is not disbanded. We believe value must be placed on the experience, knowledge, and individual skill set only available from a committee as opposed to an individual format. The Historical Advisory Committee has always been composed of members with a love of Wasaga Beach history. For example, local long-life residents with invaluable knowledge that only they possess, business owners with their own unique perspective on local history, cottage kids who join the committee to share the nostalgic memories, and others who have joined just for the love of history in general. The number of successful projects that the Historical Advisory Committee has worked on over the years is a testament to how well the committee, made up of so many dedicated volunteers, has functioned, and I'm sure the committee can continue to do so. There is no, in our opinion, there is no substitute for the coming together of a group of people with common interest, in this case, a passionate interest and desire to preserve and promote the history of the town of Wasaga Beach, utilizing individual skill sets, the exchange of ideas based on first-hand knowledge, spirited debate, and the dedication of personal time are what has made the Historical Advisory Committee a successful town committee during the past 10+ years, and I'm sure it will continue to do so given the opportunity. Also now, so pleased for so many reasons that the archives is up and running and it looks great, and congrats to all the volunteers that put it together. Now that it's up and running and revamping itself, I'm sure, and we are sure, that the Historical Advisory Committee would, of course, with the archives, work with the archives, and there would be no duplication of programs or services. So those are just some points that we discussed amongst ourselves, the people that are interested, and in thinking that it relates to what we read on the agenda. So those were the only points I wanted to make.
Great, thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate you coming out and speaking with respect to the Historical Advisory Committee. It is on the agenda. We are looking to disband that because we did not have the applicants after I think 2 postings and advertisements, but it is an extremely important part of our community, but the community needs to be involved in that. And so I'm going to look to the clerk and the deputy clerk with respect to this. It is on the agenda later. It looks like we may want to reconsider. So some advice as to where we go or how we're going to deal with that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Correct, it is on the agenda, General Government Services section later on this meeting. At that time during the discussion, we can perhaps hear the comments and questions of council, and should a new motion be put forward, we can address it or entertain it at that time.
Thank you very much. All right, we have someone else to speak, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Our next individual I have registered is Ms. Edith Horvath. If you can please come up.
Good morning, Ms. Horvath, and
Good
welcome.
morning, Mayor Brian Smith and Council. My name is Edith Horvath. I have been a resident of Wasaga Beach for the last 3 years and loving it so far. So I have actually 2 concerns, if you don't mind, and I'm going to keep it short. One of them is the homeless issue, and the other one is the 15-minute cities. So I'd like to address that. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and many concerned residents that the homeless situation has gotten completely out of hand. So far, the government, the Trudeau government, and other forms of government that work with him have been funding the rich, the Loblaws and Walmarts and forgetting about the small businesses in town, which have received no funding. I used to work for a small business, so I know. And yeah, so when I found out that the Trudeau government even gave money to the correctional facilities, the jail systems, and not small businesses, I mean, to me, that's not logical, and it doesn't sit well with myself or many others. Yeah, to be handing out money for reasons, that don't make sense. And forgetting about the homeless and the low income. Now, I know it was on the news that Loblaws made over $1 billion profit. And meanwhile, everybody that goes grocery shopping is being price gouged. And families are starving and barely making it. And my question is, how is this homelessness going to be dealt with, and how and when? Because the citizens of this society have been waiting for a long time for homelessness to have, some kind of solution or resolution to it. So how and why, basically, and when. That's my question about the homelessness. Now, for the 15-minute cities, there's many concerns about the 15-minute cities. I realize that it's about convenience, for the citizens, but also it's about the environment, to clean up the environment with less fumes from gas from the car, for instance, less having to drive the car. And then there's also a question of zoning, and being only allowed to drive your car a certain amount of times during the year, and also driving through zones where you'll be ticketed if you're not allowed to go through that zone, that kind of issue. Now, so what we need to know as citizens is this true? And what is the background and what is the future plan of these 15-minute cities? And how is it going to be dealt with? And we as citizens, how are we going to fit in, or what are our duties going to have to be, and what are to be expected of us, and what's going to happen with the 15-minute cities? Yeah, there's a lot of concern, with other lockdowns happening with all these viruses and martial law and all kinds of different things I've been hearing around town, and speaking to my friends as to what we are to expect in this world and in our town. Now, as for 15-minute cities, it's kind of hard for, I think, Wasaga Beach to implement a 15-minute city because everything's so spread out. The whole town is spread out. And the other issue is it's a tourist town. So how do you implement a 15-minute city in a tourist town? So these are my concerns.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Edith. I appreciate your concerns and appreciate you coming, and we're going to speak to them right here, right now. So
okay, perfect.
Get comfortable and sit back and get ready.
Okay.
I'll speak first with respect to our homeless issue. And of course our crisis, not just our crisis. Sorry, Madam Clerk. Okay, thank you. Here's what's happening. Obviously, small town Ontario is now having to learn how to deal with big city issues, and that's part of the problem. And I say a problem because, not because of the people who are less fortunate in or on our street. They're not the problem. The problem is the system, and the system is very broken. And unfortunately, at our level, at the municipal level, although we are the level of government that has the most effect on your day-to-day lives, we tend to be the level of government that hears the most from our citizens. The levels of government that need to fix this in any kind of sustainable or affordable manner are the provincial and federal government. And so our job as your council is, A, to look after those less fortunate here within our community, and I can assure you that council is looking at this very seriously. We have staff working on several different initiatives as we move forward. We understand the need. In our last cold snap, I'm very happy and proud to say that I made a call at about 5:45 in the evening expressing my concerns to our CAO, and within 20 minutes our fire chief and the rest of our staff, our deputy clerk, had pulled a team together, and we had a warming station open in a place that people could come in for the night. And we ended up getting not only some homeless folks, although not many of them, we also got a lot of people in who were stranded on the highways because of the storm. So we are very aware, we are very cognizant, and we are very concerned about our folks in this community who do not have a place to be in extreme weathers, in any weather, quite frankly. Some of those folks we can help, and some of those folks we can because they simply won't take help. That is a mental health issue that is way beyond our ability. So please be rest assured we're on it. We're looking at many different things. It's not a problem that we can fix overnight, but we're aware of it, and we will do everything we possibly can. With respect to 15-minute cities, I'm going to let our CAO speak to that. It was his report that created some of the concern, but before I do, I think it's very important to point out to our citizens that when the CAO brought this report and he mentioned the 15-minute cities, I think, and he will speak to this, that he was speaking of 15-minute cities in a much different aspect. And what he was talking about, us here in Wasaga Beach trying to do, is to create each of our nodes in town, and we have 4 of them, where people can get out to purchase groceries and to buy clothing, see their doctor, dentist, lawyer, go to a restaurant, so on and so forth, within a 15-minute walk in Wasaga Beach, because quite frankly we don't have that today. And we do have a lot of citizens in this community who do not drive or have the ability to drive or can afford to drive. And so we, again, back to what I said earlier about looking into less fortunate and homelessness and affordability, this is also a problem that this council is faced with and needs to try to deal with to the best of our ability. At no time, as long as I sit in this chair, are we going to be restricting people, if I have my way, from being able to walk freely or drive freely or go freely to wherever it is they wish to go in our community and however they decide to get there. In my opinion, that's not our job as a council. So there was never a plan to have areas of town where you will be ticketed if you drive your car. If you can walk to the grocery store in 15 minutes or less, and I'm an expert on this, I encourage you to do so because I need to do that. However, if you choose to drive, that's entirely your right to do so, and no one is going to be trying to change or prohibit that from happening. So, Mr. CAO, I'm going to turn it over to you to speak to this a little further, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through Your Worship to Council and to all of the audience and to the entire community. I hope you're listening to this brief explanation. This is without a doubt one of the most bizarre things I have ever encountered in my entire career. And I think many urban planners, planners around the globe are scratching our heads trying to understand just what is going on. Up until 3-4 weeks ago, this was a non-issue. Building walkable communities, the terminology of employing 15-minute neighborhoods is based on best practices that have existed for a long, long time. Walkable communities have existed for approximately 8,000 years on this planet since the beginning of cities. Cities were built around people and how far you could walk. in a comfortable distance, and they were designed to facilitate social and economic exchange. As simple as that. Things changed post-war when we started to design cities around cars, and we kind of lost our way. 15-minute neighborhoods is a rebrand of a very old idea. Some people call it complete communities, walkable communities, smart growth. At its core, all it means is the ability to undertake your daily needs without having to rely on a car, so you can walk or bike. For those that choose to drive, fantastic. No one's stopping or inhibiting any rights. There are a series of very deliberate misinformation campaigns going on around the globe right now, arguing that cities are trying to remove freedoms and create the Hunger Games in communities where we're gonna lock people in, and you're gonna have a pass to get into your neighborhood, and there's gonna be fight to the death. But this is just crazy nonsense. It's not true. And there are sometimes you just need to call it out for what it is. It is a very deliberate attempt to disrupt government, plain and simple. There is nothing nefarious about this. It is a very simple old concept designed to promote healthy living, walkability, plain and simple. Stayner is a 15-minute neighborhood. Elmvale is a 15-minute neighborhood. Creemore, Collingwood, the list goes on and on and on. Any pre-war community was designed as a 15-minute neighborhood. They don't have armed guards and doing all kinds of crazy things. So it's a very simple concept. No rights are going to be removed. Just to avoid dealing with this nonsense, what I would suggest is we remove the concept 15-minute neighborhoods from the council priority document, and let's just replace it with complete communities, walkable communities, whatever term we want to use, because quite frankly, we have better things to deal with than get involved in this nonsense. Homelessness, other issues are far more important. So I hope that explains some of this, and you will be seeing articles in the Toronto Star and the Globe and Mail. They're all over the place right now with people saying, what on earth is going on? I hope that explains a little bit, but please, let's just change it to complete communities and move on.
Thank you, Mr. CAO, and I'm very much in support of changing that, so my email and phone will stop ringing and buzzing. I'm too quite surprised by this. I actually called the CAO when I was on vacation and said to him, "What did you do?" Because I was getting emails and phone calls from people who, quite frankly, I consider to be intelligent people. And there were some concerns because of the information that is out there. So again, it is about making our community walkable and accessible for all of our citizens, not just those who can drive. Did you want to add something, Mr. CAO?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Smith. I just wanted to add, I recognize some members of our community are confused by all of this. And I hope that explanation helps. But I also wanted to make council aware. I too have received a few inquiries about what we're doing in 15-minute neighborhood, 15-minute city. I very deliberately followed up with them and started asking them questions about what was really behind all this. The people that contacted me don't even live in our town. They actually live in other cities, in other places of the world. And it was very clear they were just trying to disrupt us. So please keep that in mind when you're reading some of the stuff on Facebook. It's coming from other places, it's emanating, and a lot of it started in the United Kingdom. It spread to Edmonton. Edmonton is probably doing some of the most progressive planning in Canada, and they got swept up in all of this. So please, let's just move past it.
Thank you. And I would encourage any citizens who have further questions to reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to answer those questions. And I'm glad, Edith, that your question at the end was, is it true? Because here we are in small town Ontario, and one thing I can assure you, if there isn't a rumor by noon, we'll start one. So thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Madam Deputy Clerk, we have one more person on our agenda.
Yes, Your Worship. Our final registered speaker today is Ms. Lina Teixeira.
Good morning, Lina, and welcome. push the center. There we go.
Good morning, Mayor Brian Smith and Council, and all the attendees. This is new to me. Okay, we're on. This subject of 15-minute city is really important to me and important to all of us, actually. I know, Mayor, you have addressed it, and it sounds great what you've said, to take that off the agenda and to, you know, make it something else. I'm happy with that. I do want to make a point very clear. Please let it go on record that I am here representing myself, my friends, and the resident people of the town of Wasaga Beach. And as well, may I remind you, the valuable members of the town council that are elected representatives of the residents, people of Wasaga Beach. Your foremost duty, responsibility, is to speak and act on our behalf. I, my friends, and residents of Wasaga Beach do not consent or approve of the implementation of the 15-minute city concept, and you have addressed that, but I wanted to reaffirm it. By proceeding with this concept, you, elected members, elected by the residents of the town of Wasaga Beach, are committing a criminal offense, and I'd like you to really consider that. You will be in violation of my rights and freedoms, as well as each resident and visitors to the town. And please, you can consult the Canadian Bill of Rights, and as well, which supersedes the Charter of Rights, if you have any doubts on that. The town of Wasaga Beach is not a city, and we have needs for a high school and needs for a lot of other things before we can even start thinking of the concept of 15 minutes away. We have to drive more than 15 minutes just to do our shopping. So basically, I really want to bring your attention to the violation of our rights and freedoms, and that includes yours too, eventually. That's what we would come to. And I have something that I would like you guys to be aware of and consider. This concept is a creation, this one 15-minute city is a creation by the means of artificial intelligence and Agenda 2030, the globalists and the World Economic Forum. And please look into that. There is facts to support that. It is meant to control each and every one of us by constant surveillance and digital identification codes. I know I can trust, I believe I can trust on you, the mayor and the council, to do what is best for us, the citizens. So on that, there's more to do with the credit points and how the global elite would like to control the whole world. So please examine that carefully as you are making your decisions, because ultimately it includes each one and every one of you and your families, and not just the money that will come in to support that concept. I just want to know if you are aware of the plan, because it is a true plan. And is that where you are taking us, which you pretty well answered that. You will not allow it. So, and that's all I have to say for today. I'm kind of new at this, but it means a lot to me and to every one of us, really. So thank you for your...
Thank you very much. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, and through Mayor Smith, and this is the power of social media to distort reality. And with all respect to the individual, the resident that just came forward, none of that is true. It's just not true in any community. Nobody is doing that. And the issue of taking away freedoms, again, not true. What has happened post-war is cars have become prosthetics to undertake everything. We're actually trying to create more freedom by building places in the way where you can actually walk or transit or ride your bike, which actually, for those that can't drive, choose not to drive, are unable to drive, actually creates more freedom. So please, what you read on social media, take it with a grain of salt. If you look into it, you will find this is just basic good planning that has been going on for thousands of years. It is not about secret agendas and AI and all of that kind of stuff. It has nothing to do with any of that.
All right, thank you, Mr. CAO. I'm sorry, Lina, you've already spoken and your time is up, but I'll just speak to this briefly and then we're going to move on. But thank you for your presentation. Again, I want to reiterate that this council is not planning to take us down any road that is meant to control the citizens of Wasaga Beach. We were all elected in an open and transparent democratic society and a way that we do things, and I am confident at the other 6 people who sit on this council with me that they will always and have always put the citizens of Wasaga Beach absolutely first and foremost. It's why we're doing what we're doing. It's why we've made some of the changes that we've made already and will continue to make. We are not here to control you. We are not here to take away your rights and freedoms because, as Lina just said, that also has an effect on our personal rights and freedoms. And that's not what it's about. So we could debate, I'm sure, till the cows come home, and we still have cows, thank God. Whether or not it is true, not true, it is accurate or not. At the end of the day, I think what matters is that your council is not taking you down that road. Never was that the plan of council or staff. We're simply looking to plan our community in a way that all of our citizens, whether they have cars, don't have cars, can walk, can't walk, wish to or not wish to, can get to the services that you need and require, and we know that we need a lot more yet, and we're working on those as well. And get to those services so as that you can live a comfortable life in what I say is the greatest town in the greatest province in the greatest country in the world. And we'll now move on. Moving on to item number 5, deputations presentations. Petitions and public meetings. We do have 2 public... I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 4, 4.1. The agenda approval recommendation resolved that the contents of the agenda of March 10th, 2023 be approved and circulated. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. All right, deputations, presentations, petitions, item number 5. We have 2 public meetings today. 5.1 is a public meeting with Elm Wasaga Beach 2016, or Elm Developments, Inc., and I know our planner is going to speak to that, and we probably have their representatives here as well. So I'll give the floor to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Smith, members of council, members of the public here today, and tuning in to our live stream online. I'm here to present the proposed development for Elm Developments, phases 3 and 4 of the overall Elm Developments community in the east end of our town. My microphone turned on. Oh, it's turning off again. We're here to introduce the applications on behalf of the town, present the proposed development, provide a summary of the comments that we've received to date, outline next steps, and solicit comments from the public as well as council. The public meeting today is required under the Planning Act for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment applications. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. And we're here to provide an opportunity for sharing of written comments and making oral submissions to Joint Committee of the Whole and Council. The applications that we're here to talk about today are the zoning bylaw amendment for phases 3 and 4, but there is also a draft plan of subdivision for phases 3 and 4, which is the applications that drive the zoning bylaw amendment that the public meeting is required for. The applications are submitted by MHBC Planning Inc. and my colleague Chris Menzies from MHBC is here to present on behalf of the applicants, which is Elm Developments. The applications were deemed complete in January of 2023. The applications propose the development of lands that are legally described as Block 55, Plan 51M 1158, and that's Phase 3. And Phase 4 is Block 80 of the same 51M Plan 1158. Just an overview of the process and where we are. We're at the public meeting stage, as indicated in the arrow in this graphic here. We're continuing to submit comments from external review agencies, and then we'll come forward with a recommendation to Joint Committee and Council after all the comments are received for a council decision, and once the decision is made, the applications will go through an appeal period. The subject lands are shown in the picture below. Phase 3 is on the right, and Phase 4 is on the left. The lands are located, Phase 3 is located at the end of Abbey Drive, and Phase 4 is located at the end of where Village Gate Drive would be extended, and then there would be another road that would be extended south. That road is Ryland Road, and that will end in a cul-de-sac before Floss Road 8. The Phase 3 lands are approximately just a little over 12 hectares in area. Phase 4, just a little over 9 hectares in area. Phase 3 consists of a total of 267 dwelling units. 137 of those would be single detached. 130 would be semi-detached, as well as open space for parks, and then of course roads and other infrastructure like stormwater management and whatnot. Phase 4 would consist of 241 dwelling units, 89 single detached, 98 semi-detached, and 54 laneway-based townhome units. The town official plan, the existing official plan designations are low-density residential. Those are shown as the hatched areas, and medium-density residential are shown as the crosshatch areas in the photo on the right. Surrounding designations are high-density residential. I don't know how to work the laser pointer on this. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this part and this part is low density. These parts are medium. Surrounding designations, open space represented by the green, rural represented by the beige, natural heritage by the purple, and natural hazards by this textured green here. The zoning bylaw designations, really a variety of R2 and R3 exception zones, as well as open space and natural heritage and EP in the vicinity. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the lands, the Phase 3 lands, Block 55, from the residential R2H, Exception 8 zone, and the residential Type 3, residential Type 2, Exception 21, and residential Type 3, Exception 22 zones into a residential Type 2 exception and residential Type 3 exception zones. The zoning bylaw amendment would implement the density required by the site-specific policies of the official plan and establish site-specific zone provisions. I know this slide is a little text-heavy, but I'll go through the details of the proposed zones. Within the proposed R2- or R2H exception zone, the maximum number of dwelling units will be 180 dwelling units. This does not include accessory dwelling units as permitted by provincial legislation and municipal policies. By that I mean, of course, like what we call in-law suites, those kinds of things. The minimum distance between a driveway and an intersection of street lines is proposed to be reduced from 9 meters to 6 meters. Within the proposed R3H- exception zones, the maximum number of dwelling units is proposed to be 87. Of course, that doesn't include any permitted accessory dwelling units. The distance between a driveway and an intersection of street lines is also proposed to be reduced from 9 meters to 6 meters. The minimum lot depth for semi-detached dwelling units is proposed to be reduced from 27 meters to 25 meters. And the court provisions of the zoning bylaw that states where a building is in a court form, the distance between the opposing walls of the building forming the court shall not be less than 20 meters or the height of the highest portion of the building, whichever is greater. That provision is proposed to be deleted. For Phase 4, the lands would be rezoned from the rural zone as well as the R3 21 exception zones. Of course, like Phase 3, this zoning bylaw amendment would implement the density required by the site-specific policies of the official plan and establish site-specific zoning provisions. Within the R2H exception zone, the maximum dwelling units would be 187. And of course, the distance between the driveway and the intersection of street lines would be eliminated, and the court provisions would be eliminated as well. Comments received to date. Bell Canada provided a standard draft plan condition that they typically that's typically required for draft plan of subdivisions. Canada Post, same type of thing, that the type location of community mailboxes and municipal and developer requirements are requested as a draft plan condition, but that's for the plan of subdivision, not the zoning bylaw amendment. Enbridge Gas does not object to the proposed applications. They provided comments regarding the installation of gas services. However, they do reserve the right to amend or remove development conditions as we move further along in the process. Town engineering, no position taken at this time. They've made some comments regarding some more technical matters. The next submission will need to adjust those comments. Hydro One has reviewed the proposed development and have no comments or concerns at this time. Preliminary review considers issues affecting Hydro One high voltage facilities and corridors lands only. Huron-Wendat Nation has commented that they would like to participate in the fieldwork and review of any archaeological reports. Saugeen Ojibwe Nation has requested the applicant contact Saugeen Ojibwe Nation to review the stage 1 and stage 2 archaeological assessment that has been submitted as part of the proposal. Simcoe County District School Board has requested clarification on the phasing of the overall Elm Developments community. Resident comments. We received an inquiry regarding the future road connection from Ryland Road to Floss Road 8 West. And we can speak to that a little bit more. We've also received a comment yesterday regarding that comment of no objection received from Al Marchion, and just a clarification on a few questions from Gabrielle McLean, and they're just questions when phases 1 and 2, ongoing phases 1 and 2 will be completed, including the current park that is currently barricaded. When phases 3 and 4 would be expected to be complete, when the roads would be assumed, and has just requested further information. And all these comments will be summarized and sent to council following today's public meeting. So just to finish off with some concluding remarks, as I mentioned, this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. We are here to present the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing, but not yet completed. We haven't made any decision. Today is not for making any decisions. We're just presenting the proposal. Planning staff will continue to receive and consider comments from the public and external review agencies and town departments. And after all those comments are received and town staff's review is completed, then a recommendation report will be provided to council at that date. All formal requirements received to date have been reviewed, and like I said, will be forwarded to members of council following today. And this is my favorite slide right here. That concludes my presentation. And if you have, if you want to know more, please don't hesitate to contact us at the email. And we also provide a link for further information for both phases below. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you for your presentation. I'll just read a couple of things to make it official. This is proposed zoning bylaw amendment Z0223 and Z0323. This is a public meeting regarding proposed site-specific amendments to the town's zoning bylaw. submitted for phases 3 and 4 of the overall Elm Development subdivision located at Block 55, Plan 51M1158, Phase 3, and Block 80, Plan 511158, Phase 4. The application being considered are proposed zoning bylaw amendment applications, file number Z02-23 and Z03-23. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the public and the applicant and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of Town Council, the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to Town Council before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. They also may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there is a reasonable grounds to do so. Town planning staff have now made their presentation and will now ask a presentation by the applicant. So if they could come forward. Good morning, Chris. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Your Worship. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And I have a proliferation of paper here, which I'm going to try and organize. So this is not my favorite slide because I think my team likes to use this because I think it's a picture of me running somewhere. So I appreciate your time, Your Worship, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for having my back to you, but I'm here to talk to you and give you, as His Worship has identified, some details regarding the Phase 3 and Phase 4 zoning at Georgian Sands. So as planners are warned to do, I will probably be repeating a lot of what Mr. Ellis said. Great presentation, and he's taken away a lot of my thunder. So I will try and keep this brief, Your Worship, and once again to give you some details about the rezoning on the two sites. So just to start, I will tell you I have two presentations. They're on two different slide decks, so Your Worship, I'm in your hands as to whether you want to do 3 and then deal with questions, or you'd like to do both together, and I will ask you that question when I'm done Phase 3. So as Mr. Ellis has identified, this is Phase 3 and 4 of the Georgian Sands community. They're two separate parcels of land, and I'll explain that in a moment. I guess I control this. Next slide. Oh, wow, awesome. We weren't involved in the background of the development of the Georgian Sands or New England Village community, and I really don't know a lot about the previous phases, so we've been retained to look at the zoning for Phase 3 and 4. But what I can tell you as it relates to the history is that the Georgian Sands community was part of a master plan process. And as Mr. Ellis identified, part of that master plan culminated in an M plan, or a registered plan of subdivision. As it relates to 3 and 4, the genesis of that is the M plan divided the larger land holding into different development blocks with a handful of municipal roads. One of those is Village Gate Drive, which is, I'm going to try not to shine this in your eyes, Your Worship, right here, which goes out to River Road, and one of them is Ryland Road. So those are two public roads. So the M plan created Phase 3, which is actually Block 55 on the M plan, and created Phase 4, which is in purple, but this public meeting relates to Block 80 on the draft plan. This slide is particularly good, that's why I'm using it, but I can take no credit for it because the town staff actually created it. And the draft plan approval, or M plan approval, also provided for a unit count in Phase 3 of 190 to 276 units, and a unit count in Phase 4, including this area, of 227 to 382 units. I'll show this in a moment, Your Worship, but our proposal actually is for 267 units here, so slightly under the max, and our proposal for Block 80 is 241 units, whereas the approvals that are here allow for a range of 161 to 244. So once again, just slightly under the max unit count that's been previously approved. So as Mr. Ellis has identified, these sites are currently zoned. Phase 3 is zoned for the use that we want. So in effect, the R2 zone would allow for singles and semis. The R3 allows for semis as well as other uses. And we're asking for a rezoning on this site. So a little odd to be in front of council to ask for a zoning on a site that's zoned. But we want to do a handful of things. One is to change the zone boundary of the R3 zone, and I'll show you the reason why in a moment. And you'll hear me refer to this as the hat. And to change the, remove the R3H22 zone, which I'll refer to as the hockey stick, because I have no imagination. So what effectively the R322 zone does is it says all the provisions of the R321 zone apply, except if you were doing laneway-based housing on the lands which are zoned R3H22, that laneway-based housing is permitted to back onto open space lands. Seems like a very prescribed provision, but your bylaw, if you're doing laneway-based housing, effectively requires that housing to have dual frontage. So you've probably seen a fair amount of that in Georgian Sands, where they have laneway-based townhouses, where the townhouse fronts onto a road and backs onto a lane. So your zoning recognizes that. But in this particular case, it said in laneway-based housing, you can front onto open space. We have a plan that doesn't have laneway-based housing fronting onto any open space, thus we do not need the provision. So we can get rid of the hockey stick. So there's 2 mapping changes that are proposed. Here's a drawing of what the zoning would look like once the hockey stick is gone and once we've changed the configuration of the hat. So the reason why you're seeing these edges and curves and edges is that the zoning now follows lot lines. The hat zoning didn't follow lot lines, so it would cause us to have to work with the planning department to have a proliferation of additional zone provisions because we had zone boundaries cutting through the center of lots. So the attempt of this is in some ways to clean up the zoning that's already there from a mapping perspective. So this is the draft plan, which is the draft condo plan, which is before Town Council and the Planning Department for consideration. As Mr. Ellis has identified, this is not part of the public meeting, but it identifies some of the locational aspects. And one of the reasons why I want to provide you with this is to point out this lot here. So the brown are semi-detached. Thank you so much. There's our laneways. The yellow are single detached. And just notionally, Your Worship, the semi-detached allow for an opportunity for 2-story semi-detached as well as bungalow semi-detached. So within the single detached lots, we also have a difference of lot frontages. But once again, the draft plan isn't before the public in this public meeting, but it helps tell the tale as to why the zoning is in front of you. So once again, just wanted to point out that lot. Part of the reason and we're asking for one change relates to this lot and also relates to this modest road frontage that this development has. All the roads in here will be condominium, and that's important to understand as I continue on. So my slide with a bunch of words on it. As Mr. Ellis has identified, some of the zone provisions we're asking for. So the first bullet point relates to a width from a driveway. So your bylaw right now in a residential zone requires all your driveways, if you have a corner lot, to be 9 meters away from the corner of the intersection. Helpful criteria, so your engineering department is not dealing with a driveway right beside the intersection, but it's, in my planning opinion, it's a suburban standard. The Georgian Sands community is much more of an urban type of development, so we're asking that that distance from the driveway to the intersection be changed from the required 9 meters to 6 meters. And I will tell council you've done this, council has done this particular change in various of the other subdivisions throughout town, so it's a common ask. The second bullet point relates to, oops, sorry, Your Worship. that in the R2 zone, so the single detached zone, that the maximum number of units will be 180. Your official plan provisions effectively say on this particular site that we have to identify a unit count. So that's the second zone provision we're asking for. In the R3 zone, so where some of the semis are located, similarly, maximum unit count of 87. And the second bullet point, this is where I was pointing out the one lot. Because this block has a nominal road frontage on Village Gate Drive, we were constrained as to how the road into the block was going to occur and how we were going to disperse traffic. So that one lot in the corner doesn't meet your minimum lot depth of 27, it's 25. But to compensate for the uniqueness of the property, we've made it what's called a wide shallow lot. So it's considerably wider than the rest of the lots. And I think, frankly, as you come in, there'll be a pretty neat product that's there. So that's a particular provision related to that lot. As Mr. Ellis has also identified, we're asking for the court provisions to be changed. We will work with the planning department as to whether or not this is really needed, but effectively, as he's identified, your court provisions say when you have two faces of a townhouse together, they have to be 20 meters apart. We have laneway-based townhouses, and the laneway's not 20 meters. 20 meters is a municipal road standard. Our laneways are about 7. So we're asking for that provision to not apply to this development. And once again, there's some debate with my team as to whether we have to ask for that or not, but we'll work that out with Mr. Heron and his team as to whether or not that provision is in here once you see the bylaw come before you. Otherwise, we're adhering to all of the rest of the zone provisions. So if I may, Your Worship, as I flip through my sheets that I wasn't following, I'm going to be contrite and say that this application before you for rezoning is relatively simple. We have a zoned site. We want to move the zone lines around to better fit the plan that's been put on the property. We want to remove a superfluous zone, so the hockey stick, we don't need it anymore. We're identifying a unit count, which is required under your OP. We're asking for one of the lots effectively to be 25 meters in depth as opposed to the required 27 because of the nature of the design. And we're asking to remove the court provisions, which we may or may not in the fullness of time need to ask you for. So I'll do the planning thing, Your Worship, and we've had an opportunity to look at the county policies, provincial plans, the town's official plan, and it's my opinion that the zoning application conforms to all of those. And the question I posed to you earlier, Your Worship, would you like me to do phase 4 or would you like me to pause at this point?
I'll look to council. Any questions from council at this point? Madam Clerk, I am assuming if we pause, we go to everybody and then go into the next section.
Correct. If we, I don't have any registered speakers, but if we wanted to move to the public first, for comments,
so no registered speakers.
No registered speakers that ahead of time, but if there's anyone in the audience.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to pause then just for a moment and ask if there are any members of the public who have any questions that have been presented as to what has been presented so far. Please come forward. That's correct, for phase 3, so the presentation just made. Anybody with questions on that phase? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Welcome back, Chris.
Great to be back, Your Worship. So I'm going to be relatively quick with this because it's a repeat of a lot of what you've heard. So once again, the location, phase 4 is the, to be clear, this public meeting has to do with a portion of phase 4, block 80, which is bounded on the two sides by the municipal road. This does not have to do with the portion of phase 4, which is on the other side. So this site is partially zoned. So the area at the top is zoned for the use that we're proposing. I'll show you a plan in a second. The balance of the lands are zoned rural. So from a mapping perspective, we are asking for the rural zone to be zoned in an R2-8 zone. So this is what it'll look like at the end of the day. And here is the draft condo plan. So the R3 zone would allow for 54 laneway-based townhouses. The R2-8 zone would allow for The brown is semi-detached and the yellow are single-detached. And once again, some of the detached lots are wide enough to have the potential to accommodate bungalow semi-detached units. Similarly, we are asking for a relief from the driveway intersection of the driveway from 9 meters to 6 meters. We're identifying unit counts where the singles and semis were it's a maximum of 187 units, where the townhouses are a maximum of 54 units. We're asking that the court provisions don't apply, if in fact they do apply. I believe that is it with respect to the zoning regarding phase 4. So effectively, Your Worship, we're implementing the OP policies. Once again, I'm of the opinion it meets all the applicable provincial, county, and local policies, and I am in your hands with respect to questions.
All right, well, thanks again, Chris, we appreciate that. Madam Clerk, I'll look to you. Do we have any folks online who wish to make any kind of comments or questions?
Thank you, Worship. I have no registered participants for phase 4. However, I'll defer to you for the audience today.
All right. So no registered online participants. I'll look to the audience. If there is anyone in the audience who has any questions or comments on phases 3 or 4, to please come forward and state your name and address for the record. I'll ask a second time. Anyone? Third? Sold. All right. Seeing nobody in the audience, I'll turn to council and see if there's any council members with questions. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just looking at the block or the phase 4, Ryland Road kind of ends in a bit of a loop, another hockey stick. Is there a reason why that wouldn't just connect right to Floss 8?
If I could, I may actually defer this to Mr. Heron, because that was part of the original master plan, and my understanding may be incorrect. So I will let him, if I may, through Your Worship, to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Heron.
Thank you, and good morning, Council and Your Worship. The issue of the connection to Floss Road 8 West, it is within Springwater, and we would require Springwater's agreement to allow that connection to occur. That agreement has not been granted by the Township of Springwater. The developer, we encouraged the developer through some of the earlier phases to approach Springwater and request that connection, which they did, and there was a discussion at council. Council agreed to it, but put some conditions on it that the developer had to improve Ryther Road all the way out to Crossland Road, so 2 concessions over, which the developer deemed was far too expensive and far too onerous. More recently, in fact, this week, our manager of planning attended at the Township of Springwater public meeting for their official plan and requested that they amend their official plan to allow a temporary emergency access at the end of Ryther Road where it connects to Floss Road. The thinking that good planning dictates that the more accessibility you can have for emergency services, the better. And we do not yet have a response from Springwater on that request. We will keep you informed. As an alternative, there is a design in the internal roadworks, kind of a second way of approaching it to get access, a secondary access to these phases 3 and 4 should Village Gate Drive become blocked for any reason. So that is also part of the design discussions that's occurring with the developer.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to town staff, and I thank you for pointing out the fact that the setback that's being requested has been requested a number of times before and granted. And I bring this up at every meeting because as the public sits through these sessions and hears the request for many amendments, which we know is due to the fact that we have some bylaws that need to be updated, I think we should identify that up front as soon as possible. So when we're saying, you know, a 6-meter setback is being requested, as it has been granted in a number of other subdivisions, I think it just helps manage the perception of the public that we're not on an ongoing basis making the setbacks smaller and smaller. This is the result of urbanization, and a lot of things have changed over the last 15 years, and lots are getting smaller and greatly to the point of having some more affordable options than what we've had in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. This may not involve this section of what you're speaking to, but I'm just curious. I believe there may be a school slated for Elm somewhere, and I guess I'm thinking on the road changes, narrow, and does that have any impact on that section? Just a curious question.
Chris?
If I may, through Your Worship, this is probably the one question off this site that I can field, because I had an opportunity to speak with representatives of the school board the other day. So my understanding is there is a school site reserved for this community. Admittedly, I'm not exactly sure which block it is, but it's very close to River Road, and that they will be in discussion with the owners of the land about the time frames to advance the acquisition of that land. They have no, and I don't speak for the school board, timing on the construction of a school, because acquisition of the lands happens first.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad that you brought that up, Councillor Eagle, because as the former school board trustee, you know, I sound like a broken record sometimes when we're talking about development, because I was trying to follow the numbers in regards to how many units, and I think I got it at like about 508 between the two phases. So currently our situation is that all of our elementary schools are maxed out. They're over capacity. And for the past 6 years ago, it was approved that Sunnydale, a new elementary school, would come for 408 pupils, I believe it is, for that massive development that's happening in Sunnydale. 6 years later, you know, the RFP just went out. So school facilities developing are not keeping up with development and growth in our community. So that was a question that I had, was what is the timing that you're thinking to have occupancy of these two phases? Because obviously that's a big issue, is connecting the students to schools. Thank you.
If I may, through Your Worship, I don't have a succinct date, only in that we're in the infancy of this process. So we'll have to work through with the planning department and the town about the draft plan of condominium. I can, I think, with a full mouth advise it's not 2023. I'm going to speculate for you, it might not be 2024, but that's speculation. So I don't really have a time frame, only because it relates to how long the process is.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I just have a question, I guess. I've been approached by a few members of the public who now live in Elm Developments. They purchased in Elm Developments believing that the golf course would be there and would be open by now. And in fact, it's my understanding that there's still quite a bit of work to be done in that golf course. And it should have been open by now, but it isn't. And so the people who are there and bought there for that reason are quite concerned about that. And I'm assuming that folks buying in these future developments will also be buying based on a golf course being there. So although it seems like the developer is asking for a lot here, I get that they're really not. We're not caught up yet to where we should be on some of our official plan and zoning. But I think it's important to have an answer from this developer, of some sort of answer that is reasonable, before council makes any decisions moving forward here. This has been, I think it's about 2 to 3 years overdue from when it was supposed to be open. So I would like to get an answer on that. I don't know, is there anyone from the development here from Elm?
They are not, Your Worship, okay. But what I can endeavor to do is bring that back to them.
If you would, that'd be great, and then bring that back to council. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Heron, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I could probably add a little bit to the storyline on what's happening with the golf course. Is it possible to go to the slide that shows phases 3 and 4, and you could see the golf, one of the holes between the two phases?
I think it's slide 8 of my presentation.
That will work too.
Right, that's a good one. So there's a bit of a storyline here. The school is actually in phase 2. And phase 2 is almost across the road from the mini golf and is surrounded, it basically surrounds the vet clinic on River Road West. The intent when the master development plan was created, and we learned earlier from Ms. Menzies that there is a master subdivision agreement which creates these large blocks for development. The intent was that phase 2 would be the next development to go. When the developer commenced phase 1, in order to service the lands with gas, they learned that they were going to have to bring gas all the way from Crossland Road, all the way through Ryland Road, Floss 8, and up. So they decided if they had to finance that they would ask the town to amend the staging and allow them to build phases 3 and 4 first, so that they could recapture some of the cost immediately for the install of those brand new gas lines. There was an amendment to the conditions of subdivision for the master agreement, and council did agree to that. So here we are today looking at phases 3 and 4. So the school block has been deferred. Now to take it further, the golf course, you can see that one of the holes is between phases 3 and 4 and surrounds phases 3. And Elm Developments, and we agree with them, have advised that it would not be safe to have golfers playing through an active construction area. So what the agreement is with them is that they are to have a brand new golf club open and active within a certain time frame of the first building permit for phase 1. And that they would redesign the golf course so it would become a 13-hole golf course, I think. I may not be correct on that, but that would be an interim situation while they build out phases 3 and 4. Staff are currently working with the developer to get them to open that interim golf course. The site plan control agreement is currently in Elm's hands. So I can advise that it is a little bit delayed. It should be a little bit more advanced towards completion. And staff are following up with Elm to find out what's happening with the redesign of the shortened course. They were supposed to have been out there last summer building the new shortened, I'm not a golfer, what's the term for a hole or?
Fairway.
Fairway, thank you.
I am a golfer.
And it was supposed to be open for development this spring with a brand new clubhouse. So we know that the clubhouse is deferred and staff are following up with Elm on this topic. MHBC planning was not part of all those initial discussions. They were more tied to phase 1.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. So am I hearing correct then that prior to them starting phases 3 or 4, as they're asking for now, that the golf club house and a 13-hole, give or take a hole or two, on those green thingies that you're talking about, is going to be open for the public and the people there prior to them commencing phase 3 and 4 then?
The condition doesn't state that there's a limitation on the advancement of phase 3 or 4. What the condition in the master subdivision agreement says is that the owner, developer, is supposed to have the golf course clubhouse open within a certain time period of the first building permit being issued for phase 1. That building permit has been issued, and they had a 1-year time frame to get that done. My understanding is we are delayed on that time frame, so we are staff are bringing that as a discussion for attention to the developer to move it along.
So are we talking phase one of the development in its totality, or are we talking of phase one of the current developer, if you will? Because if it's phase one of the first home built there, we are years past that 1 year deadline, and we don't have a golf course up and running. I would also say that I'm a little surprised to hear that the requirement is to have a clubhouse open. Clubhouse isn't much good to golfers if they can't golf. Again, clarification, is that supposed to have happened from the time the first house was built in this subdivision, which would make sense to me, in which case we're way past that, or are we talking about 1 year from the time that this current developer started to build?
It would be B, 1 year from the time of this current developer started to build.
And so when was that first house commenced?
Your Worship, I don't have that exact date for you. Suffice it to say, I think we are very close to, if not just a little bit beyond 1 year.
Okay. So I'm assuming then that information will come back to council before any decisions are made with respect to the clubhouse and the golf course?
Yeah, we are reaching out to the developer to secure an update from them, and it's an open discussion with them.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Heron, hearing you give the backstory in regards to the changing of the phases, do you have any concerns, or any of your staff have concerns that the school is in the phase that is now looking to be the last phase?
Certainly, it is very much a concern. Staff are well aware of the occupancy in the schools that are in town. We've had a concern for some years now that the condition that the school boards apply to all plans of subdivision is that parents beware, your children are going to get bussed out of town. And we don't think that makes for a complete or wholesome community. So it was a very balanced decision. We had to consider how much we deter construction of a livable community from phases 3 and 4, as opposed to forcing them to move ahead with phase 2 and incur greater cost. It was a tough decision.
Thank you, Your Worship. So is there any plan or timeline of when phase 2, and is it required, is it mandated to the developer? Because one of my concerns too would be that, maybe they exhaust through the other phases and then choose to forego that phase, and now it has a zoning for an education institution, and then all of those residents and our community as a whole is now stuck without that school in the queue. Do you share those concerns as well?
I certainly do share those concerns. The agreement was drafted and prepared long before any of the staff that are currently here at the town or were here at the town didn't have any involvement with the terms of the agreement. Having said that, I do not believe that the agreement stipulates when the phases have to occur, just the staging of when the phases have to occur. So is there a possibility of the developer, for whatever reasons, market changes or other, not moving ahead with phase 2 in a timely manner? I don't think anybody here can predict that. Is it a concern? Certainly it's a concern. There's other reasons, not just the school board, it's the looping of Village Green Drive, which also would be a desirable result of this development to make it more livable and usable. So there are some issues that we are concerned about, and to some extent we had to live with what was already approved.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, because you can see, obviously, the school board has reached out to find out about these phases and when they're going to be occupied, because it's not fair of us either to surprise them, if there was one particular plan in terms of releasing phases, because we all know that there's a provincial funding shortage for schools, and we're fighting tooth and nail trying to get our fair share of those funds. So I'll leave that with that, but I hope that we're including the school board and that we're continuing to have conversation with the developer in regards to that phase, and that they clearly understand how urgently we need that stage to develop in order, because the school board will not be able to purchase the lands until the lands are released by the owner, right? So we've got a bit of a cog there, it seems. Just a second question. I didn't see in any of the drawings an allocation for playground space, park space. Lots of great green space and whatnot, but we've got a lot of families living in a small community there. Any plans for a playground being allocated? I know there's one in the original development, but it's quite small, you know, at the front of the development. Is there plans for one further in?
Through you, Your Worship. So in the Phase 3 lands does have a, the term I'm going to use is a neighborhood park included in it, yes. And the Phase 4 lands has a public park across Village Gate. So 2 parks in close proximity to both these, one embedded and one across the street.
Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, and to your comments about the golf course. I'm always concerned when we accommodate a developer and that ends up inconveniencing our residents. And certainly if their expectation is that they purchased on a golf course and were to be able to golf, and we're delaying that further, then what would weigh into my decision on council is what are we doing to accommodate those individuals? So there's many ways that that could come back to council. Maybe because of the delay, they're going to get a free membership for a year or 2, or perhaps they might be compensated in some way that they could join an alternative course at a lower price. But you know, when we make promises, and I've brought up in council before, you know, we have situations where we're 2.5 years past closing dates and people have sold their other homes. And I think it's very much the responsibility of council to be very concerned about the residents, especially if they're new residents moving into our community. So if you could take that back to the developer, it would be appreciated.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, Chris?
Your Worship, I just wanted to take the opportunity to say a couple things. 1, thank you for your time. And 2, how pleasurable it is to do a public meeting with human beings. So that's my public service announcement for the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it very much. All right. All right. Well, thank you. Therefore, we'll now ask council members who have made their comments to consider this as we move forward. And seeing that there are no further comments or questions regarding these applications, I now declare this public meeting hereby closed. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 5.2, another public meeting. This is a public meeting with respect to proposed official plan amendment, file number OP0123, and file bylaw amendment Z01-23. This is a public meeting regarding a proposed scientific amendment to the town's official plan and zoning bylaw of the Farsight Developments Wasaga Inc. development. The subject lands are comprised of 7 parcels. The parcels which have been assigned municipal addresses are municipally known as 396 River Road West, 485 River Road West, 486 River Road West. The application being considered are proposed official plan amendments, file number OP01-23, and a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, file number Z01-23. The public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the applicant, the public, and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and to provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive any notice of the decision of council regarding this application. If a person, public body, would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the town council or county council, the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the town council or county council before the bylaw is passed or the official plan amendment is approved, The person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. They also may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there is reasonable grounds to do so. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw. Joel, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor Smith, members of council, and individuals of the public attending both in person and virtually. The purpose of today's public meeting is to go over applications submitted by Farsight Developments Wasaga Inc. for the proposed official plan amendment, town file OP0123, and proposed zoning bylaw amendment, town file Z01/23. Very quickly going to go over an overview of the purpose of the public meeting. We're going to go through the planning application process. I'm going to give a quick introduction to the applications that are submitted, followed by a presentation of the subject lands and the proposed development, and then we'll go over a quick summary of the comments that have been received to date. So the purpose of the public meeting, a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for zoning bylaw amendment applications and official plan amendment applications. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and to the public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. Where we currently stand in the planning application process is the public meeting. The steps that have been undertaken prior to this are the applications have been received by the town. Applications were deemed complete by planning staff. A notice of complete application and public meeting was circulated. And post-public meeting, we are going to have continued staff and agency review of the submission materials, a staff recommendation report to joint committee and council. There will be a council decision, and following the decision, the appeal period. So the proposal overview, the applications for official plan amendment, town file number OP0123, and zoning bylaw amendment, town file Z0123, were submitted on behalf of Farsight Developments Wasaga Inc. The subject lands shown in red border are located on the north side of River Road West, east of Theme Park Road, and are located in the east end of the municipality. The site location, the subject lands currently occupy approximately 48.7 hectares, or 120.4 acres, with a combined frontage of approximately 623.2 meters, or 2,044.6 feet along River Road West. Surrounding land uses to the north would be tourism commercial and commercial campground. To the south, we have institutional and rural. To the east, we have rural and residential. And finally, to the west, we have recreational, commercial, and residential. The subject land is comprised of 7 parcels, and the parcels that have been assigned municipal addresses are municipally known as 396 River Road West, 485 River Road West, and 486 River Road West. The existing official plan designation is subject to section 7.4.1 Dunes Gateway policies in the town's official plan, which generally state that commercial development should be designed in keeping with the topography and vegetative growth of the area. Development design should be low density, possibly including cluster type or attached development, to retain natural features of the area and provide generous amount of open space. Appropriate study by a qualified professional will be required to identify and locate topographic features and make recommendations as to the appropriate development constraints and design features. And in the image to your right, you'll see that majority of the subject lands are predominated by tourism commercial land use designations. In the northwest portion, we do have natural heritage category 1, and in the southwest portion, we do have district commercial land use designations. The proposed official plan amendment, the applicant has submitted an official plan amendment application to redesignate the lands from tourism commercial to residential and open space land use designations. The existing zoning of the property contains environmental protection or EP zones, development or D zones, recreational commercial or CR zones, district commercial holding, CDH zones, and institutional zones. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the subject lands to residential type 2 exception A holding, residential type 2 exception B holding, residential type 2 exception C holding, and residential type 3 exception D holding, as well as district commercial CDH, open space OS, and environmental protection zones. The site-specific zone provisions proposed for the R2 exception zones include modified specific performance standards for single detached dwellings, while the site-specific zone provisions proposed for the R3 exception zones include modified specific performance standards for traditional town dwellings. In terms of other applications, the applicant has submitted a draft plan of subdivision, which is not the purpose of today's public meeting, under town file PS01/23. And some comments that have been received to date. Bell Canada has provided a draft plan condition that would be standard for most plans of subdivision. Canada Post has provided comments regarding service type, location of community mailboxes, municipal and developer requirements. The town's Geographic Information System Department has provided comments regarding street naming. Hydro One have reviewed the proposed development and at this point have no comments or concerns. However, preliminary review considers issues affecting Hydro One high voltage facilities and corridor lands only. Town Engineering has provided comments indicating no concern with the proposed requested official plan redesignation, and no position has been taken on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The next submission needs to address the comments provided. Simcoe County District School Board has provided draft plan conditions. Wasaga Distribution Incorporated has provided comments indicating the developer should contact WDI Engineering Department regarding power distribution, design, and connection requirements. And the Huron-Wendat Nation has provided comments requesting that the archaeological report be redone. In terms of comments received from the public thus far, we have received a number of comments from the public, and this is a summary of those comments. Council will receive these comments from members of the public in their entirety following the public meeting. So right now, again, this is a summary of the comments received. There is a concern with preserving a tree buffer along Ivy Crescent and Cabin Crescent. Construction access from Wally Drive has been brought up and would be concerning to some of the residents in that area. Anticipated start and completion date of construction is a question that has been coming up frequently. The loss of green space is a concern that's been brought up many times. Displacement and endangering of wildlife, the loss of habitat for endangered species, increasing the hard surface and concerns on the environment with the loss of mature trees. There is flooding concerns for the abutting residential development, and this would be, for example, along Algonquin Trail. There are traffic and congestion concerns along Wally Drive and Theme Park Drive. There are concerns about the location of public facilities, including schools, healthcare facilities, assisted living, and nursing homes, as well as transportation connections. Concerns regarding the changes to existing environmentally protected lands and preserving these lands. Ingress and egress locations, as well as concerns regarding projected noise and traffic studies for municipal addresses 38 to 46 Cabin Crescent. Finally, just some concluding remarks. Again, this is a public meeting required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal, and a detailed review of the applications is still ongoing, but is not yet complete. Town staff will be providing a recommendation report to council at a later date. And at this point, I'd like to say thank you. If there is any additional information that's been requested, feel free to send it to Planning Department. And any of the information, supporting materials can be accessed at the hyperlink that's available there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joel. We'll now ask the applicant and or their agent to come forward and make their presentation. Mr. Chicken Dance, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Good morning, and to yourself, members of council, members of township staff, and certainly the members or the residents of Wasaga Beach who have gathered here this morning or joined us online. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning regarding our proposed development on River Road West on the east side of Wasaga Beach. My name is Bob Shikadance of Farsight Homes. Just as a brief introduction, we are a family home building business. I'm fortunate to be second generation in that business, which initiated way back in 1951 by my father and my uncles, and have been building in communities throughout southern Ontario. We're very proud of our accomplishments and our heritage, and I'm also very pleased that we have now a third generation that has joined us. I'm joined this morning by our consultants who have been working with both the town and other stakeholders, I'll say for a considerable period of time to advance to this point. And again, as I said, I'm pleased to be able to present what we've achieved so far, to hear further input as we move forward in this process. I'm joined this morning by Andrew Pascuzzo of Pascuzzo Planning, our planning consultant, Jim Broadfoot from Azimuth Environmental, who is our environmental consultant, and then finally Brendan Hummelin and Carrie Ann Hagan from Crozer Engineering to address engineering traffic matters. Certainly, we're here to do a brief presentation and as well answer any questions that may arise from either the public and members of staff, and certainly first and foremost from council. So at this juncture, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Pascuzzo. Andrew, if you could step forward and provide a brief presentation, some additional information on our proposal at this time.
Thank you, Bob, and welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for hearing us today. I do have a brief presentation, but obviously we're here to hear from the general public as well. It appears there's been a good turnout. I'm interested in what kind of feedback and comments and questions we may get. So I am Andrew Pascuzzo, a registered professional planner with my own firm. Bob has introduced the rest of the team. In terms of the list in front of us, we've got the owner, which is actually Farsight Developments Wasaga, Inc. And rounding out the rest of the team, we've got the archaeological consultants from AMIC, who have completed a Stage 1 and Stage 2 archaeological assessment. Bruce A. Brown, who's completed a geotechnical and environmental investigation. We've got Azimuth Environmental, as Bob had indicated. Mr. Broadfoot is an ecologist. He's with us today as well, too. In terms of the environmental review that's taken place, it's been ongoing for a number of years, and it includes considerable correspondence with the Wasaga Valley Conservation Authority, as well as MECP and MNR. In particular, Riverstone Consultants was retained to do an eastern hog no snake study. No snakes were found on the site, just to be completely clear. And then continuing down the list, CF Crozier and Associates has prepared a functional servicing and stormwater management report, as well as a traffic impact study. Cassidy and Company are the architectural firm that has been involved on the file, and they have prepared a number of architectural typologies. We'll call those house layouts or lot layouts, which I'll show later on in my presentation. WSP has completed a hydrogeological study. JD Barnes is the Ontario land surveyor involved with the project. YCA Engineering Limited completed a noise study. The noise was related to potential noise that would come off of River Road West and the design of any homes in close proximity to the road, and how mitigation should occur within the structures, fencing, noise prevention techniques. And then rounding out myself at the bottom, Pascuzzo Planning Inc. has prepared the planning justification report and the draft plan of subdivision. terms of site characteristics, I'm actually just going to jump to the next slide and review this text while we all take a look at the aerial photo. As has been indicated, the subject lands are comprised of 46.06 hectares, or approximately 114 acres. I'd like to take a second just to introduce the cross shape, which is indicated here in the aerial photography. These lands are actually owned by Town of Wasaga Beach, road allowance. There, I think, has been a bit of confusion with regard to the design of the development, and that it may include a cul-de-sac, as is shown by this road allowance currently. Just to be crystal clear, that is not the design of the draft plan subdivision. This is the existing layout of the road allowance on the property, and it will not occur as such. There'll be obviously a transfer of lands. Wally Drive will be continued to the east, and the cul-de-sac shape shown on this drawing will not occur whatsoever. In terms of some of the other items, the subject, the property is occupied obviously by a mixture of wooded areas, parallel beach ridges, and parabolic dunes and wetlands. The former uses on the lands include an amusement park, the Sands of Time, and a paintball park. Currently, the lands are vacant, besides internal trails. The northern half of the property is relatively flat, with a number of low-lying wetland areas. There is a provincially significant wetland complex, which is located in the northwest quadrant. You can see kind of two areas up in here where the aerial photography has a lighter color. It's not the brighter green. In addition, there are also two linear local wetlands that traverse the site in an east-west fashion, and those have been incorporated into the design of the plan of subdivision. Once again, aerial photo. This just references some of the surrounding land uses. So you can see to the north, we've got the Parkbridge Lakes of Wasaga development, historic development here. I believe some of the residents living in Lakes of Wasaga are probably attending today and participating and very much interested in what we're proposing, as well as to the west is the Villages of Wasaga Beach, a more recent development that has occurred. We've obviously got the ongoing twin pad arena and library complex, which I'm sure everyone is excited to see coming to fruition. We are excited about obviously that opportunity as well too, and the arena, the existing arena to the south, as well as references to phase 1 of the New England Village, which was discussed earlier today. To the east of the property I'll describe them as additional development lands. We have been in discussions with the developer to the east with regard to potential connectivity and extension of Wally Drive through the property to the east, which is a requirement of your official plan. So the orientation of the site has changed slightly here. We've just flipped it for ease of fitting it on the page, but the beach is that way. And we've obviously got River Road West page right and Wally Drive to the south. So in terms of the proposal, you can see the open space lands consisting of the provincially significant wetlands in this area, the locally significant wetlands through here. We've got associated buffering of the wetlands and stormwater retention areas, obviously in blue here and here. Just like to clarify that we have had some comments come in from some of the existing residents, which I'll call to the west, both north and south of Wally Drive. And I think it's important to indicate that we are not proposing any buildings or structures adjacent to those existing developments. Obviously, this will be protected lands, and this is a proposed stormwater management facility which will have buffering and landscaping associated with it. We're also showing a centralized public park with walking and biking trail linkages, internal and external to the site. There's obviously going to be a public road system, so not a private road system. This will be a public road system, so 20-meter road allowances, with access to the south to River Road West, here, and east to Wally Drive, including a centralized turning circle. Wally Drive will be extended to the east, and those are the lands I was speaking about earlier, where future development is proposed to the east as well. There's a commercial block in the southwestern corner of the property. At this point, no uses have been suggested for the site. It's to be continued. Obviously, we think that having the municipal hub here with the recreation facility, library, the arena across the street, we think it's a very logical place to add some commercial uses as well, too. In terms of the number of units, we're proposing 418 residential units, including 309 single detached lots and 111 townhouse lots. There'll be a variety of topologies, which I'll show in a later slide. These include 80 15-meter lots, 50-foot frontages, 88 12-meter, 42 feet lots for singles, 141 11-meter or 36 feet lots for singles. And then in terms of townhouses, we're talking about 56 20-foot lots for 3-story townhouses and 55 20-foot lots for 2-story townhouses. The gross density of the development is 418 units on 48.3 hectares, give or take, of land, which equals 8.65 units per hectare. And the net density of the development is 418 units or 17.58 hectares on 17.58 hectares, which calculates out to just under 24 units per hectare in terms of density. So there's the slide I've been through. I've talked about the commercial space. We're proposing to dedicate the open space blocks to the town. I've already alluded to the existing trail system, which could be proposed as cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, hiking, cycling, and birding. Recreational uses would be proposed. We're also proposing rest areas and display nodes, which would be strategically located. They'd have platform stations that provide educational and interpretive information on the existing ecosystem, vegetation, and wildlife. No motorized vehicles would be permitted on the trails, and the trails would be designed accordingly. I've already referenced the 2 stormwater management retention areas. These are proposed to be dedicated to the town. In terms of the amount of space that will be protected as open space, that's approximately 43% or greater. The development will progress over a number of years through phasing, as most developments do within this municipality. We are trying to create a resort lifestyle community that provides the residents with passive recreational opportunities in a quiet, natural, and scenic setting. What you're looking at now is the actual draft plan of subdivision, which would create the 418 lots, as well as the stormwater management blocks. You can see the old unopened road allowance, which again is this cross shape that is not part of the design of the draft plan of subdivision. It will be removed. Coming to the typologies or the housing types now. I'm not sure if it's very clear to everyone, so I'll just go through these fairly quickly. The 3 units proposed on the top of the page are lot layouts for the single detached residential units. We've got a conventional 50-foot unit on the left, a 42-foot unit center, and then a 36-foot unit on the right. These have approximately 100 feet depth to them, so they're still good sized lots. With regard to the townhouses, those are the topologies or unit types on the bottom of the page. There's the 3 of them here. We've got 20-foot frontages as well as 80-foot depth on these lots. And as I said, they range from 2 to 3 stories. This slide provides an idea. I believe Joel had included this in his presentation too, but it shows the 3 colors of singles in green, purple, and beige. Those are the single detached units. And then in the 2 pinkish colors, I'll describe them, as well as the blue, we've got the townhouse units. So you can see there's a bit of a breakup in terms of where the towns are associated. Some of them are in their central areas here, as well as at the front and sides of the property overall, and then singles are obviously implemented throughout. For visual reference, we've got some potential housing product. These would be the townhouse types. There's 4 materials that have been presented here. Just to be clear, in no way will these be the finished product, but we always obviously come to public meetings with questions from council and staff, as well as the ratepayers, as to what this may look like. These are other products that have been constructed previously. And then once again, you can see the singles that we have in mind for the site currently. Some more technical stuff with regard to servicing. Obviously, this would be a full municipal sanitary and water system. It will drain to Wally Drive. With regard to sewer, as I indicated previously, Crozier and Associates is here to, Brandon Humlin is here to answer any specific questions regarding the servicing strategy. Domestic water will obviously be a municipal system, which would be looped and connected from Wally to River Road West. I've already referenced the 2 retention or infiltration stormwater management ponds that we're proposing on the property. Standard utilities would be applicable. I've referenced the access points, and in terms of the traffic impact study that was completed by Crozier and Associates, they've indicated that some traffic improvements are required, and that would consist of an eastbound left turn lane with 50 meters of storage on River Road West, as well as a westbound right turn lane with 25 meters of storage on River Road West. I did also want to comment about the intersection River Road West and Theme Park Drive, because I do believe there's been some concerns from the general public with regard to that, especially with what's going on with the recreation facility and the library. So our team understands that the town had Ainley and Associates prepare an EA for the rec facility and library in 2022, and that the Ainley report concluded that a traffic signal would be required at that intersection based on the town's new facility. So we understand that that is coming. The next 2 slides just indicate generally what we're asking for in terms of the official plan. The lands are currently designated tourist commercial that do not allow permanent residential uses on the property, and obviously my client wants to do full residential or permanent residential uses. It's my respectful submission that your current official plan may be a little bit outdated, and this is more of we're catching up with eliminating the tourist commercial designation. However, we are going through the amendment process and recognizing that we need to provide justification. I do, as a professional planner, think that there's quite a bit of justification to redesignate these lands to full residential. And then with regard to the rezoning, it's worth noting in Joel's presentation, I'm not sure if anybody noticed, but quite a bit of the property is actually in the D zone, and much of that land is actually EP or environmental protection. So once again, this is somewhat of a cleanup, but also somewhat of a we need to be something other than development zone, and obviously we're trying to go into some of your standard residential zones, keeping in mind that your zoning bylaws from 2003, and there have been some significant amendments in the past. We think we kind of fit in with some of those amendments, and we are consistent with some of the other developments that have occurred within the municipality. As has been pointed out previously today by one of your councillors. So those are that's my presentation. I understand that we have not received all the comments and that there will be comments forthcoming. I'm obviously here to address any questions or concerns from council or the ratepayers, and look forward to hearing from the neighbors and responding accordingly in due time. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you very much for the presentation, both gentlemen, and we will now look to the clerk. Do we have any online folks wanting to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we do have a few. I will first call upon Annette McDonald. If you can please turn on your camera and your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Annette. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Good morning. Actually, it's good afternoon. It's 12:01. Your Worship and distinguished council, thank you for the time and willingness to listen with an open mind to the concerns of your constituents. Many of you know me as a volunteer director of the WBRA and know that I am a community first engaged citizen. I'm not here today representing any official organized group, but speak on behalf of myself, my neighbor Barb Darpino, who is an accomplished nature and wildlife photographer, and on behalf of many of my neighbors who have concerns with this proposed development, but like too many people, do not have the wherewithal to speak for themselves. Barb and I live in the lakes of Wasaga community that abut this proposed development. Let me say first that I am a strong supporter of responsible development and want to see this council succeed in enriching the community we all enjoy here in Wasaga Beach. We are here, however, to speak about our concerns on the negative impact this proposed development will have in its current form and the application for amendments to the zoning bylaws and official plan. We understand that the proposed development is in early stages, but would like to take the opportunity to provide some relevant information that you may or may not be aware of and has relevance to your number 5 pillar on your council priorities this term, specifically priority number 79, establish green development standards. I believe green development standards should first and foremost protect our wildlife. Barb Darpino's craft comes from a place of love for wildlife and humans. She shares her award-winning photographs freely every day to provide smiles on the faces of adults and children who may have never seen these types of wildlife in their natural habitat. Many of her photographs are taken in and around our neighborhood that abuts the proposed land development. Her photographs have been featured in a long list of publications and websites. Just to name a few: National Geographic, Canadian Geographic, Nature's Best Photography Magazine, Outdoor Photographer Magazine, Parks Canada, Nature Canada, Canadian Wildlife Federation, Guinness Book of World Records, and many websites such as Earthshots. She was awarded with the honor of Audubon Top 100 2016 shots and Top 250 shots for 2021, and will be published in the Audubon 2024 calendar. Let us just say that she's a very accomplished photographer. This proposed land development includes a significant part of environmentally protected and natural heritage system Category 1 lands, which should be protected and remain in its integrity as it is. This area contains no less than 9 endangered species, all kinds of other wildlife, and flora and fauna that thrive in this habitat. It is a nesting site for at least 3 endangered species, such as the red-headed woodpecker, hog-nosed snakes, and little brown bats. One of the species observed in this habitat, the rusty-patched bumblebee, is on the critically endangered species list. Many of the birds, like the red-headed woodpecker, are endangered because of habitat loss and competition for nesting sites due to this loss. The most significant threats to the eastern hog-nosed snake are habitat loss and fragmentation. Red-headed woodpeckers returned to our area in 2019 following an absence of 11 years when forest was devastated north of us to make way for trailers. Excuse me, I just need... Thank you. In 2019, we received a mailer from the Ministry of the Environment asking that we report any sightings. Barb reported at that time for 2 years, letting them know that they had returned and were nesting here, at least 2 pair at that time, and they have returned every year since then. She has pictures of their fledglings every year. They have successfully nested here now since 2019. Barb has also compiled a list of wildlife sightings over the past 17 years in a spreadsheet that she would be happy to share with you. It is not a complete list, as she believes there are salamanders, wildflowers, trees, etc., that are also endangered in the forested area that she has not included. Barb continues to collaborate with the Ministry of the Environment, and when she heard whispers of the proposed development in November 2022, she wrote to them with her concerns, and they have opened up a case file. The case file number is 246-2022-1860. An important benefit of preserving wildlife is closely tied to one of our important priorities. It promotes tourism attraction. It is said that tourism and wildlife go hand in hand. The reason why most people choose to visit a certain area over others is basically due to the area's fauna and flora, as well as natural habitats such as forests and water bodies. Of course, we have the world's longest freshwater beach, so if we take away our natural beauty and wildlife, no one will come to Wasaga Beach. This development represents a significant woodland loss and loss of wildlife. We are unaware of NCBA assessments being completed at this time, although you did refer to it in your presentation. These assessments, of course, should be mandatory before any approvals on amendments are approved. Finally, I also have the following concerns that have not been addressed satisfactorily. You did refer to water table changes that could create flooding issues. And myself, being a resident on Algonquin Trail and concerned about this, many of the residents on Algonquin Trail have had issues with water in their basements and their sump pumps operating 24/7. Changes to the water table could possibly make issues worse. So we would like to know what solutions are in place to avoid such issues. You also referred to traffic flow. which is one of our concerns, and also the noise level you have referred to as well. So these are our concerns. In conclusion, we feel that our way of life is being choked out due to encroaching development with little consideration of how it affects the current residents in this area, including, and most importantly, the wildlife in its natural habitat. We believe we respectfully ask each and every one of you on the Wasaga Beach Town Council to seriously consider these concerns. Please think long and hard about the long-term damaging effects. We strongly believe approval of this application for amendments to the zoning bylaws and official plan should be delayed until all relevant information is brought forward. And we thank you for your time and we look forward to your feedback. Would you like, my name is Annette McDonald and I live at 24 Algonquin Trail, Wasaga Beach. And Barb Derpino lives at 53 Madawaska Trail, Wasaga Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Your comments have been taken and recorded, and I'm sure that there will be a lot of consideration given to all comments today. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe that is all the public that is registered to virtually. I will maybe perhaps just call one more time anybody on Zoom that would like to make their comment. If you could please turn on your camera and microphone. Not seeing anybody else jump on, Your Worship, we can move over to the members of the public that are here in the audience registered today. I do have some that registered in advance. However, we will open up the floor after those to anybody else who may not have heard their name called at this time. So first on my list, I have Mr. Robert Garashi.
Good morning, Robert. Welcome. Just ask you to turn your microphone on and state your full name and address for the record, please.
My name is Robert Garashi. I live at 8 Blossom Lane. My concern with this, I moved there about a year and a half ago to 2 years. I didn't know that there was going to be this proposed subdivision being built in that area. Now, my concern really will be about the traffic and the traffic studies that were done in this area. Within the proposed subdivision that is being proposed, the increase in traffic on Wally Drive, because my house backs up onto Wally Drive, will be increased quite a bit. The proposed subdivision with 418 houses being built there of different sizes. The increase in the number of people that will have cars in this area will triple, double, I don't know, because I don't know the extent of how many automobiles people will have. All these automobiles, the way in the design of this proposed subdivision will go towards either Wally Drive or River Road. If you take a look at how this is designed, you will notice that all these subdivisions, all the cul-de-sacs that they have in there, there's only 2 accesses into that subdivision, Wally Drive or River Road, all to the west. There's nothing to the east. There's just a proposed entrance there. I propose that they should either go back to the old, the original plan where Wally Drive would end, and there wouldn't be all this through traffic. You have retirement homes on both sides of Wally Drive. You have the new villas. You have the villas Metis. You have also the lifestyle. These are all people that live there. I see them daily. They walk their dogs. They're out. These are all elderly people. So now, with the influx of all this traffic coming down, the pollution that comes into this area, by the increase of all these cars that will be there will disturb a lot of people. The other thing is that you have wetlands and so on in this area. This is, by the sounds of what I'm getting here, is that this will be a big disruption to a lot of people, to wildlife and everything else that you have in this area. Wasaga, when I came here, all I knew about Wasaga, it was a tourist town. That's what the people state. You know, it's a tourist town. You don't have any other industry here. So you have to bet that your tourism is what you're betting on will come here. If you destroy what you have just for the sake of development, then you know, you're on the wrong road to nowhere, because it's not going to work. So that's my little speech for today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. We appreciate your comments. Anyone else, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. Next, I have Mr. Fred Garvin.
Mr. Garvan, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. First off, I'd just like to say what a pleasure it is to be able to address this council. I think my last appearance here, I was not drummed out, but the banging of the gavel following me out the door reminds me of what the council was and what this council will be. So thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. It's nice to see democracy and decorum return to Town Hall. I would like to address item 5.2 on the agenda, mainly the Farsight Development Wasaga Inc. Now, I've lived in Wasaga Beach for 30 years now, and I'm not opposed to the town moving forward with developments like this. I believe the town must grow, given provincial mandates to do so. However, I have concerns. Namely, the truck traffic during the construction stage, which is acknowledged by the developer to be phased in over a number of years. The residents of Wally Drive have lived through construction traffic, namely noise and dust, with the construction of 175 Zook Park Road and the second building due to begin soon, given the priority for affordable housing. As well, the vehicular traffic will increase substantially with the addition of 400 plus residences, which according to the developer's proposal will become the main east-west corridor to Stonebridge/Walmart Plaza. I'm requesting that Wally Drive not to be considered a construction access road for the term of the construction, and that together, the planning department and the developer eliminate all truck traffic on Wally Drive during the construction phase. I am requesting that all vehicular traffic on the conclusion of construction shall be routed through exits and entrances fronting off of River Road West, as the Elm development has undertaken on their project with a number of homes, far more in number of this current proposal. Wally Drive has become the east-west corridor for all traffic, leaving the residents at the Parkridge Theme Park Road with the addition of 400 plus homes which will be traveling on the roadway. It's time to revisit the conclusions that were taken at the time regarding traffic. One final note, I'm not an environmentalist and I'm not a wildlife advocate. I mean, I pretty well go with the flow. But council should know that with the Canada geese population that we have on Wally Drive that like to come out and bring their kitties with them and sit in the middle of the road, get some warmth, leave their excrement all over the sidewalks, which, by the way, would make it more dangerous for the senior citizens to walk on the proposed increased traffic on Wally Drive. These are protected wildlife animals, these geese, and I think this council may have a problem if any of these darling little birds were killed. So, on conclusion, truck traffic, no. Vehicular traffic, please some more reports from Public Works, and we'll move forward from there. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Fred. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. And also, before I call the next names, I believe there might have been also a little bit of confusion of signing up to speak versus signing up to attend. So if I do call your name and you don't wish to speak, you can just wave us down. But next I have Mr. John Ross and Mrs. Susan Snyder. Oh.
They're waving each other down.
Hello. Well, thank you for this opportunity to respond to this proposal. There's a lot of residents that, first of all, I'm Susan Snyder and I live at 84 Ivy. I've been in the beach for 2 years now, and we moved to a 55 plus, the villas, with a quiet retirement plan. Obviously, over the past year, that has changed. We've had the Twin Pad Arena underway and now the proposed EMS station. So with that in mind, we do have concerns about this proposal. First of all, we do back on to where the new subdivision would be, the wastewater pond being located directly behind us. We have a question as to what the distance will be between our actual homes, existing homes, and where that proposed residential area will start, as well as the wastewater pond. As my previous resident here had indicated, the geese problem is one thing, but also stagnant water is another with mosquito attractant and that type of thing. We also have deer in our backyard currently. We have pileated woodpeckers, we have cardinals, we have foxes and coyotes all living there quite comfortably. From time to time we see pheasants, wild turkeys, and all of those will be displaced. We, living where we are, we're concerned about the number of homes that will be directly behind us. The traffic, as stated, is a huge concern. Wally Drive was not meant to have full residential traffic for over 400 homes. The addition of families, etc., looking at our current infrastructure, there's a huge concern as to whether it can maintain or handle another development of that size. Schools are not here now. We need more schools, a high school, and you're bringing in more residents, and those things need to be set up as the infrastructure before more development occurs. Transit system is another thing. Being here for 2 years, I can see that it's minimal. There's people that aren't within the transit system right now. I see a lot of people walking, and that's that direction out of the beach as well. I made notes as we were going, so just give me a second here. Okay, so the tree line is another major concern directly behind us. Is that going to be taken down and new trees planted? It's 20 years down the road before there's growth again. So overall, as a resident of the villas and speaking on behalf of some of our other neighbors, we do have real concerns. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Susan. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. Next I have Ms. Sue Beatty. Okay, thank you. We'll move along to Gord and Lori Colleen. Next I have Maria and Luis de Silva. I don't see Maria or Luis, so we will move along to Sharon Robinson.
Good afternoon, Sharon, and welcome.
Thank you. I've been here for about almost 2 years, moved from Barrie, and we retired here, and I'm not going to say a whole lot because eloquently has been discussed already by some wonderful people here. So I think what really brought us here was the quiet and the beach and the water and the animals and the birds. And the red-headed woodpecker is just phenomenal. We've had those coming to our bird feeders, and they nest in the deep woods in the old trees. So it would really be a hard thing for them. I'm not against development, but coming from Barrie and seeing how right behind us development just mushroomed and what impact that has on a community and on traffic and congestion. So I can speak to that from experience, so that's why we moved here. I love snowshoeing and hiking, and that beautiful area at the end of Wally is just, I go with friends and it's just so fabulous in there. And there really are some beautiful old white pines. So I'm just kind of spitting out a few things on my mind that I think would be really, if this is done, I hope it's done with a really strong focus on maintaining the nature and the wildlife and the birds. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Steve Baruch. Not seeing Steve. I'll move along to Sandy Banks. Thank you, Sandy. Monica Burchell. Just here. Thank you. And last on my registered list, Brent Kloss.
Good afternoon and welcome, Brent.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council, and staff. I guess I just really have a few questions that I'd like to address. Now, I'm
Brent,
just
can we
curious.
just get your address for the record?
Oh, sorry. My address is 71 Madawaska Trail. I was just wondering if there was any idea on the proposed start date when the construction may start. As an idea, I know we don't have an exact time, but if it would be sometime maybe this summer, is it starting next year possibly if things were to be approved? Just wondering what the time frame would be for that.
All right, if you've got a couple more questions, staff will make some notes and then we'll answer them all at once.
And I'm also really concerned about the flow of dump trucks down on Wally Drive. I'm myself a dump truck driver. I understand construction. I know the noise level of dump trucks coming in and out, the dangers of such with residents, with cars, people walking up and down the streets. I think it should also be very much restricted to River Road West. It would just be absolutely crazy to be seeing dump trucks going up and down Wally Drive and Theme Park Drive. I was also wondering on the idea, the amount of tonnage of aggregates that would have to be brought in to prep the sites before construction could be built, and where these aggregates would be coming from. Just kind of curious as far as the truck routes, whether it's coming from the east, the west, where we can see all these dump trucks coming in and out on River Road. And also an estimate of time when basically the construction will end, houses be built. Are we looking at a 3, 4, 5 year time frame? Just an estimate on that would be appreciated. And talking about buffer zones, just on Cabin Crescent and Algonquin Trail, I know I recall seeing a little bit of buffer zone there on those streets, but I'm not exactly 100% clear on where the buffer zones would be along Cabin Crescent and Algonquin Trail. Would those properties be basically abutting those streets, or how much buffer zone is there going to be within kind of that corner section? And one last question, I was just curious about any tall satellite towers or any of that type of thing that's going to be visually unappealing in that area for that construction site. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and I'll look to our Director of Planning, Mr. Heron.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the first several questions, if you don't mind, I think they should be better directed to the developer and the developer's consultants. With the last question about the telecommunication towers, there are no telecommunication towers proposed. However, that process is a federally regulated process, and the municipality doesn't have a lot of authority on where they are installed. However, we do have a telecommunication tower protocol where any install proposals are required to come to council, and we do try to make them publicly available, let the public know that these applications are coming in, because we and the public do have the ability to speak to the Ministry of Industry at the federal level on any comments on that.
But the final decision would be made at the federal level, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, then we'll ask the developers group to come forward.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. I'll do my best here. So, seems to be a number of concerns with regarding the traffic route and the construction route. At this stage, a construction route has not been selected. We obviously have not gone through detailed design. We need to work with staff at your municipality to determine what the most logical access for construction will be. I expect it will, and I'm listening and we're hearing clearly, everyone here, that it probably should come from River Road West as opposed to the Wally Drive. With regard to the natural heritage concerns, obviously we're to be continued. We have an environmental impact study that has to be reviewed by an external peer review source. I understand that the Wasaga Valley Conservation Authority is no longer reviewing natural heritage. We understand that we need to work with whoever is reviewing that report, and Azimuth will do so accordingly. In terms of timing, once again, very difficult to assess as to when we will be bringing our first unit online. Mr. Shikadance is excited about starting development as soon as possible, but we also don't want to overstep. We're not in an approved stage yet, so I'm thinking that at the earliest it would be 2024 where we would start. With regard to the timing, once again, number of phases has not been determined, but with 418 units, I expect it will be multiple years where development will occur, and I recognize that that's an unfortunate circumstance for construction timing. But you know, as I've indicated, I expect that access for the construction route would come off of River Road West. I would agree there's not going to be a satellite or a tower here. Aggregate, we'll have to get back. It's a very interesting question. Thank you very much for your question. We'll have to get back to you on the amount of aggregate. And I'm not sure if there's anything exactly else that I've missed, but just let me run back through here.
There's established time start to finish. I think you're saying that's several years. Would it be safe to be saying 5 maybe? I'll look to maybe Mr. Shikadance. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council, staff, and the public. Certainly, as I think many of you are aware, I mean, we've been, and as I made my initial remarks, we've been working with staff and all stakeholders moving this process through. Yes, we are excited to come to contribute in a positive way to the community of Wasaga Beach. we'd like to start like tomorrow, but we understand that this is still, decisions have to be made. We still have to review certain matters. I mean, wishful thinking is we, proceed to receive the entitlements and proceed to final design throughout this calendar year, and perhaps be in a position to start servicing a portion of the site next year. And realistically, a site of this size, we could see perhaps 5 to 7 years from the first unit to final completion. Perhaps quicker depending on the market, but I don't want to overstate our case. One thing I would like to mention, and I think it's important to mention as well, if I may, Your Worship, is that we hear the concerns of the residents. We understand construction is disruptive, and I think we have a long history to, be boots on the ground and understand and mitigate those concerns as much as possible. Without it getting into details, and that'll be borne out by final design. I mean, it only makes imminent sense to direct as much construction traffic towards River Road West, because that's a stable, sturdy road, and that's where, that traffic, rather than filter it through their, residential subdivision. I do want to, point out that, like many communities in Ontario, and I'll quote you, Your Worship, that I heard earlier today, Wasaga Beach is the greatest, town in the province, and the province is the greatest in Canada, and Canada's the greatest country. This is a desirable community, not just for tourism, and I understand that is, very valuable and important to the history and continued economic well-being of Wasaga Beach. But this is a great community for families and individuals, whether starting out or retiring, to live in. And because of that, it's not going to stop. And I think, we all have a collective responsibility to provide, housing for those people that want to live in this great community. And, we've made a concerted effort in reviewing what we would like to accomplish here, is provide a gradation of housing types to appeal to various people wherever they are on the housing ladder, from starting off maybe with their first smaller townhouse unit, all the way to 50-foot product, which would accommodate bungalow housing because it has enough width to it. And by and large, as well, and I know this is no secret, the town has made not a considerable, but a huge investment right next door in the community center and the library. And not to bring up a sour subject of 15-minute communities, but I mean, this is a type of investments made there. We need now people around there to use these facilities, that they're close by, that can walk on and take advantage of that considerable investment that has been made on their behalf. So again, thank you for letting me drone on here a little bit. And if there's any other questions that either myself or our team can answer, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Bob. There was one other question that Mr. Klaus had asked, and that was the buffer zone between Cabin and Algonquin Trail and houses. Can you speak to that? Do you know what that is approximately?
I can speak briefly, and perhaps Andrew or Jim could address it. But if you look, it's not up there now. Virtually all the areas on the proposed plan of subdivision that are abutting Algonquin and Cabin Crescent, all those lands are not to be, maybe that, well, it doesn't show the adjoining, but there it might show it. Yes, here you can see on the bottom of the page. And then over on the left-hand side, all those lands are not going to be touched, with the exception, I'll say with the exception of that triangular pocket where there's a stormwater management pond. But again, the construction of that pond, depending on the final design, will not be going right to the edge of the property line. There's buffers. There is going to be an access maintenance pathway around that stormwater management pond. And in typical fashion, depending on town standards, obviously there's going to be extensive landscaping around the pond facility, so that it's not just a hole in the ground, but actually something that people would enjoy, either walking their kids or others taking a walk around and connecting in with the rest of the trail. There you can see that's a better illustration. So essentially all the existing residential uses that abut our property are not going to be impacted directly by our development, because we're not going to be touching those areas, particularly along Algonquin. There's nothing anywhere coming close to that.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, just for the sake of the folks here today, if I'm looking at the EP area, so if we're looking Theme Park Drive, and then Cabin Crescent and Algonquin would be on the, looking at this on the left-hand side. It looks to me that between EP and the buffer, there's a minimum of probably 200 to 300 feet. And as we move up towards River Road West, it looks like perhaps 1,000 or more feet. Is that, without tying us to the exact footage, is that reasonable?
I think that would be fair. I mean, you know, just ballpark, yeah, that is very reasonable and close to it.
I'm assuming these are 50-foot lots.
That is
and
correct.
And so I'm looking at how wide they are compared to that distance. Okay.
Absolutely, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else on the list? I think we're through the list. So I will look to the audience. If there is anyone else who has not been called upon or has not registered who would like to come forward, please do so and state your name. Please come forward, sir. State your name and address for the record. And welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is John Green, and I live at 16 Algonquin Trail.
Welcome, John.
Thank you. I don't want to beat a dead horse, that traffic, but I would like to put out a couple of numbers. 418 homes. Given today's propensity for having cars, that probably means somewhere around 800 cars. 800 cars make a morning trip out. 800 cars come back in the afternoon or evening. That's just if you just go to work and come back, or go to school and come back. So we're looking at 1,600 trips a day. When you bring all of that traffic onto River Road or Wally, you are generating an enormous amount of traffic. Wally is terrible. Parking on both sides, it's an accident just looking to take place. That should be addressed. If you count the stoplights from Main Street going east, you will find there's 1, 2, 3 already. One at the, perhaps proposed at Theme Park Road, that's 4, where the 400 homes are going to come out onto River Road, perhaps 5, and you've got another one, another 200 yards down the road with the massive new proposal that's going to go as well. So you've got 6 possible stoplights within a, what, 500-meter distance? And that's not traffic flow. That's stopped, dead, over and over and over. And that doesn't even count all the people coming out of the arena. The lack of any kind of access or egress at the far eastern side is one that puzzles me, why there isn't something there. That, now we've beaten that horse again. The other part is this drainage question. I live in the lakes of Wasaga. If you take our area, we have 8 drainage ponds, storm drainage ponds. 8 to service our small little 200-unit area. 400, going to be 400 homes, and the area that they cover in streets, sidewalks, roofs, and so on, it's going to create a drainage problem. And having 2 what look to be like relatively small ponds hardly constitutes any kind of storm drainage proposal. I know you're putting storm drains in, and that's great, but this is, for all intents and purposes, largely a swampy area. It doesn't have natural drainage in that. It doesn't have a flow. It simply percolates down into the ground. So if you take 2/3 of your land, cover it with roads, houses, driveways, sidewalks, it's not going to have the same kind of drainage. It's going to shift that drainage. And the only place it can go is north into the EP area and north into Lakes of Wasaga area. So perhaps the community, the town could take a look at some better drainage proposals, bigger ponds, something like that, to help alleviate that problem. Those are the two things that I had to say, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here today who would like to come forward and speak to this or ask any questions? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, please.
Jerry Brown, 90 Ivy Crescent.
Welcome, Jerry.
Hi. So I just want to go over a few of the things that my neighbor has also said regarding the environmental, but we're really concerned about the drainage issue because they had to do a berm at the back. We back right onto the forest where they're going to do the development, and there's going to be the storm pond or whatever. But it's very wet back there. Like, I don't know if anybody's been back there in the spring. It's like a swamp, okay? So we're concerned also with our sump pumps because they normally run quite a bit already, and they had to do quite a berm at the back of our yards because of the drainage issue. So we're very concerned about the drainage issue. We're concerned about Wally Drive. We're a seniors development. There's seniors walking there all the time. You're going to have cars just whizzing by all the time going to the Walmart. That's where everybody shops because that's really what there is in this side of town. So I think the traffic is going to be a huge issue. We need to address that. The drainage, and then we would really like to see a tree line at the back and not just a bunch of development. If they can try to keep some of that original tree line, we would really appreciate that. I know that we have to develop and the town's growing, but we need to take those other things into consideration as well. And that's why we all moved here, because it's beautiful and we want to keep it beautiful. So, but the drainage and the traffic are two huge issues. So I think we need to really look at those moving forward.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Appreciate it. All right, is there anyone else? Seeing no hands or no one standing up at this time, I'll look to members of council. Questions or comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. One of the things that I'm just really not in love with is the access from River Road. The way you've got it laid out in your presentation is that there'll be an intersection on River Road, and on the other side of that intersection there's a couple of residential houses there, and I just don't feel that it is likely to end up being a controlled intersection at some point to have, you know, street lights out front of somebody's house. It's not a very safe intersection. There's an intersection existing up the road at the Wasaga Stars Arena area that would actually make a little bit more of a desirable layout when you look at how the traffic would flow through there, so you wouldn't have lights in front of somebody's house, and you would also be able to control that intersection going into the arena or whatever the future use of that property is, and then it would also move that access a little bit more to the east, which is a little bit more of a desirable thing. So that's my first comment, and the second one is in your design you have driveways coming in off of the main roundabout coming in, and we've seen driveways and accesses off roundabouts, whether it's our casino area or there's a couple up in Collingwood where you have residential driveways on roundabouts and intersections, and I just don't think it's a very safe driving area, so I think that I would look to change that a little bit. So those are my two comments with regards to driving.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you to everybody who spoke here. Your concerns are noted for sure. My concern that I have, and I sound like a broken record, but when we look ahead in the agenda at 6.3.3, we have 4.5 pages of ongoing development already in the queue. And when I look at these three, well, not three, but these two particular presentations today, I'm getting a total of just over 920 units. And again, we don't have the capacity in our schools. Those developments in themselves would fill an elementary school. So I really, my alarm bells are just going like this, that we really need to be really progressively working with our school board to make sure, because I know as a trustee, that was something I continuously brought up in championing for a high school. And I don't think they really understood how quickly we were growing. And what we're seeing today is clear validation of that. So that's my concern. And I think that the table needs to keep in mind as we go forward in new projects, we have to be mindful what's already in the queue and how are we possibly going to accommodate those families. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. You know, as we sit here as a member of council, I hear a lot of things, but we're also dealing with Bill 23. We have a province that wants to create 1.5 million new homes as quickly as they can. All of the developers that are presenting to us today have the ability to appeal any decision of council to the province. So I think it's very important that we collaboratively work together and try to build and develop as smart as we can. But I would also say that to the Deputy Mayor's comments, that council now has to lobby the provincial government extremely hard and the school board extremely hard to make the investment that we know we need now, and we need approval shortly because the homes are going to be here. And I totally agree. And I think that there is some benefit to development. I think all of us know how many times we have to leave our community to go to Barrie or to go to Collingwood for products and services that we deserve. And so we just need to be very smart about what we do, and I think all of council will make that commitment that this is not about developing as fast as we can, it's about developing as smart as we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. It's just a comment, and I want to say how happy I am with this communication today. I'm realizing as a new councillor, it's all about communicating and things that get out in the community, and you don't have the opportunity. So I want to thank Farsight for stepping up very quickly when the ratepayers of your area wanted a meeting, and they were right to the plate and came to that meeting for the residents, and now today this open forum. I think that's what is so needed, and we can see that here right now, that we can discuss all of this, and we all have our issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms, the birthday girl.
Stop reminding me. Thank you. I just have a comment, and I wanted to say that I had a deep dive into a lot of the documents on the link that was provided, and I really liked the urban design that was created, and I know it's early days and things are going to change, but you certainly did take into consideration enhancing the neighborhood fabric by providing a variety of designs, and we're hearing that we see so many duplication of the same house over and over and over again that we're starting to look a bit like Legoland. And at the same time, I saw a variety of fences and street furnishing, and I like the pedestrian network and park amenities that would make a walkable community. What I did see that I didn't quite understand was the request for a new archaeological report, and I know that the planner addressed that a little bit to me, but can anybody elaborate on that?
We'll look to Bob. You're standing, so come on up.
I'll try to address it best I can. We received through the town a letter from, I believe, the Huron-Wendat group that they had perhaps some concerns about the previous report that was completed. It didn't elaborate what those concerns were, and that's something we'll just follow up with. I will note that we, the previous report that was done and was completed, we do have actually ministry approval on it. So, from our perspective, I'll just say right now, it just, for transparency, it's a little puzzling to us, but certainly it's a matter that we'll be following up on.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question I had was, you have the protected lands in the center part of the development. My question is, are you planning to keep the original trees there, the mature growth trees, or are those going to be new plantings, please?
I'll do my best to answer this one. Thank you for your question. I think you're referring to the locally significant woodland strip of lands which would have homes on either side of it. And through the environmental impact study that Mr. Broadfoot has provided, that's a no-touch area. No development can occur in there, so no trees would be removed. Correct. Yep. The only other thing while I'm here, I'd just like to encourage, if there are any additional questions from members of the public beyond what's been stated here, or if they're not satisfied with their responses, obviously please contact our team, and we will do our best to address any of those comments offline. Thank you very much for the opportunity again.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions or comments from Council? Councillor DeLeo?
I just have a comment for the developer. I would like really to see you not use Wally Road as a construction site going in and out. I've been on that road many times, and I see people walking their dogs, just taking a walk, and having them being disrupted like that, I doesn't sit well with me. So if you can deroute it and just let the residents know which route you're going to take, like as soon as possible, I think it would put their mind at ease. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, seeing no other questions from Council, I do have a few things to address here. I guess it's important to point out when we look at the nostalgia and the history of Wasaga Beach that these lands in the beginning, the first development there was a theme park, and it was called Dinosaur Valley. And it was pretty significant. There was a roller rink in there as well at the time, and our CAO, I think his first job was working at the driving range that was also there. So this is an area that's got quite a bit of history in our community, and it's good to see something happening there, but again, it's important that we do it right. We've got an answer on a lot of the questions. I guess another comment I'd like to make is that it's very important, folks, to understand that Council is always going to do what we believe is best for our community within the restrictions that we have as a council. And federally and provincially, we are mandated to grow. And so growth is something that is going to happen whether any of us like it or not. And so it's a matter of working with the right people, the right developers. I think you've got a developer here today who has shown in the past and is showing you today that they are listening. They're going to do everything they can. And I agree that if we can reroute traffic out of the Wally Drive area in that more residential area for construction, and in future, and maybe look at other ways to bring another entry in would be great. But I'm going to urge everybody who's listening, anyone who reads the minutes of this meeting, and to you folks here today, and you're here clearly because you care. We heard a whole lot of concerns and comments, and we've noted them, and we're going to look into them, and we're going to deal with them as best we can. But our future is really dependent upon our children. And to Deputy Mayor Snell's point, 6 years of banging your head on a desk, I don't know how much clearer our children can be to the Simcoe County District School Board. But many of our children today in kindergarten are being bused out of our community to Collingwood, Wasaga Beach. We don't have a high school yet, and it is on the horizon, they say, by 2030. And there was a public school approved in my last term of council and is still not built, hasn't even been started. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to urge all of you today when you go home to contact the Simcoe County District School Board and ask them why they're not hearing us. Ask them why they're not hearing our children. The fact that we are busing young children in kindergarten, grades 1 and 2, or any new child who wants to move to our great town out of this community for public school is unbelievable. It's an atrocity in my opinion. So please, we're going to do what we can do for you in this community. We are community first minded. We can't solve all the problems of the world and make everybody happy, but everyone in this room today can certainly make a step forward in looking after our future and our children. So I ask that you do that. If there are no other comments from council, seeing that there are no further comments or questions regarding this application, I will now declare this public meeting closed. And I think at this point, we are going to take a 30-minute break and be back for 1:30. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, everybody. We'll bring this meeting back to order. All right, so we do have, under presentations 5.3, we now have a presentation from our treasurer, Jocelyn. Good to see you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. And good afternoon, council and staff. I know you've had a busy morning with presentations. We have one more. I don't think it'll be as long. So we're going to look today at draft 3 of the 23 budget, along with the 4-year operating forecast and the 10-year capital forecast. This is the last scheduled budget meeting before our public meeting presentation on March 28th. So we're about 95% complete through our budget process at this point in time. I'll provide a brief recap on the budget and the forecast schedules. So first I'll start with the, some of the funding that's provided for in the budget for some of the major items. We've got funding for decisions from last term of council for the new arena and library, and there are capital costs for the building and operating costs as we ramp up staffing and programming to begin in 2023. We have costs that have increased from inflationary pressures, with inflation running at 5.9%, and most noticeable we have found it in materials and fuels. We have increased costs for our insurance premiums, which are driven by our claims activity, and we've had some claims activity in recent years that have driven up our premiums. We have staffing requirements that have been associated with the town's growth and substantially impacted the operations workload over the past several years, and we are addressing the capacity issues in 2023. We have corporate initiatives to move the town forward. Asset management life cycle requirements for asset maintenance and replacements, such as fleet vehicles and our building maintenance. We have funding essential for protection services for police and fire, with the police budget being out of the town's control, and is a major contributor to our taxation number. And we continue to replenish the reserves on a steady basis. So for draft 3 changes, there are details in schedules 1 and 2 included with the staff report, which shows the revised estimates, carry forwards, reallocations, and a few new expenses. Referring to the schedules for the operating budget summary and capital summary will provide the reader with department details of the draft 3 budget commitments. So for the impact of the 23 budget, using the average household assessment in Wasaga Beach, the municipal portion of the increase is about $171 per year, and the total tax bill increase with the county portion added will be about $203 a year. So I'm now just going to bring up a couple of the schedules. A lot of the detail is there in the reports. I'm not going to walk through all of them, but if there are any questions, we can address those. Okay. And I'll just let the So on the screen right now, we have the 10-year forecast, and the 10-year and the 4-year operating forecast, they're included in the budget package and are presented for information only. So when we pass the budget on the 30th of March, the forecasts are not approved. They're just there for information. So for the capital budget, the next 5 years, you can see down here, closer at the bottom, the next 5 years shows that there are substantial capital works expected to be undertaken in public works, water and wastewater, and parks divisions. Some of these projects are capital replacement works, and others represent new work or expansion of existing capital infrastructure. And if I move over to this schedule, this provides more details about some of the projects and the capital works, their costs, and the timeline that they're included in the 10-year forecast. So those two schedules help you to see what's planned for the future outlook years. Now I'll move on to the operating forecast. And the operating forecast is for 4 years. And at the bottom here, you can see as we move from 2023 to 2024, there's a larger increase in 24 than the increases going from the other outlook years. And that's because we have the new staffing positions that are added in 23. Those are only in there for a partial part of the year, and they become annualized in 2024. So we have increased costs more so in 24 related to the positions as well. The debenture for the new arena and library will start to be impacting forward in 2024 after substantial completion of the building. So the 25, 26, and 27 years, that more is in line with what is typical increases you see in the operating line, and we do have this larger increases happening in 23, 24, which we had forecasted previously and were expecting. I'll now go to the reserve forecast. And I'm going to make this a bit larger so you can see it. Sorry, it's a little tricky to grab it and move over. There. Hopefully you can see these numbers. Okay, so the reserves are used to bridge the budgets year over year, and they help mitigate the level of taxation. The budget includes the draws on existing reserves and regular contributions to replenish them. The general reserves are used to help fund operational costs, capital asset replacements, and support where needed for capital works projects. The obligatory reserves, which are required to be spent on specific uses, include development charges, which must be spent on growth-related projects. They are specific to a defined group, such as roads, library, indoor recreation, or water and sewer, and cannot be used outside of the specific group. So for example, you can't use the library DCs to build roads. You must use those DCs for what they were meant for. It is important to note that the DC obligatory reserves are not accumulated from the taxpayer. They are paid for by new development in the town. And so a lot of our obligatory reserves are these ones right in here, this group here. Development charges are collected based on the premise that new growth will put new service demands on the town, and therefore new growth must pay for the new services that will be needed. So when we are using these funds, we are not using reserves that have been contributed to by taxpayers. We are using funds that developers have paid to the town in advance payments for works related to new services, such as expansion of the water sewer capacity or building a new library. The 2022 year-end projection for the reserve accounts for both general and obligatory is about 81 million. You see this number right here. Some of these funds represent amounts that are carried forward for the 23 budget for multi-year projects. So some of this money that we'll draw out here in 2023 is money we've carried forward through the reserves and are continuing with our multi-year projects. In 23, there are new contributions to the reserve accounts in the amount of $6.7 million. Plus, there are new DC collections estimated at $5.3 million. There are draws on the reserve accounts totaling $37 million, and the main draws include capital asset replacement reserves, so we'll spend $7.4 million. Water sewer reserves will spend $7.5 million. Public Works DCs for building site preparations is $6.3 million. Roads are $3.6. Library is $2.1. And water DCs are $2.3. And then there are some other smaller general and obligatory reserves. So that gives you a general idea of what is being drawn on the reserves and how we are building the reserves and the forecast for the reserve balances at the end of 2023 is $56 million. There are other obligatory reserve funds that are received by the town that are meant for specific purposes too. Examples are the federal gas tax, provincial gas tax, and the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. When the town uses these funds for capital projects, they are spending them on works that are specific to their funding purposes. So again, when we pull on the federal gas tax and the infrastructure grants, they look like draws on the reserves, but we are using funds that have been received from other government levels to help us with our capital infrastructure works. In the general reserve section, there are funds that are saved from taxpayer dollars. As well, grant funding received from the province under the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. And user rates and fees from the water and wastewater system are also included in the general reserves. So these general reserves are used as and when needed for both operations and for capital projects. I'm going to move over now to this last schedule, which is our taxation forecast. Okay. So this chart shows the operating and tax-supported part of the budget and the annual assessment phase. And these figures are used to calculate the total tax rate. Of first to note is the higher tax rate percentage increase that appears because of the frozen phase-in of assessment. So we have here 8.63% for 2023. These are taxes for the phase-in that are normally paid for by the residents, and the freezing of the phase-in pushes about 2% more into the municipal tax rate, making it appear higher than it would have in similar years prior. So this 8.63% increase, if we were under circumstances with phase-in like we were in 2019, this would appear as a 6.5% increase normally if the phase-in was present. The forecast projection assumes the phase-in will return in 2024. The tax rate is lower in the outlook years, so you can see 3.66%, 3.23, 2.64, 1.38, and part of this is a result of phase-in being assumed to go back into the assessment base in 2024. For a residential home, which is assessed at about $333,000 for Wasaga Beach, the average home value is provided by MPAC, and the municipal portion of the taxes are going to increase about $171. For Simcoe County has a 3.5% tax rate increase, and that adds another $32 for the year. So that'll bring the total increase in taxes to $203. That's what this 8.63% represents, is $203, or $171, pardon me. The 8.63 represents $171. So the final tax increase of $203 as a percentage of the total taxes paid in previous years will be 5.95% higher. So that's our blended rate. This is when we look at last year's tax bill and this year's tax bill. When you consider both the municipal and the county taxes, the total tax increase will be 5.95%. And then this is in line with our inflation rate right now, which is running at 5.9%. And if you look at 2019, our municipal tax portion of the bill was $157 for the year, and this year we're at $171, just to give you some understanding of the increase relative to prior years when phase-in was a part of the assessment base. So that phase-in helps to absorb some of that taxation that happens as the years increase. And the outlook years show you that over the long term, we are headed in the right direction, and we should move back closer to normal levels of tax rate increases, and in the later years, even better tax percentages as we get through some of these large infrastructure works projects that we have in this next 3 to 5 year window in there, depending on when those works fall. So that just gives a general summary of draft 3 and where the budget is at before we move forward, looking forward to the March 28th public presentation. We have some very minor adjustments still left to go into the draft 4, just minor things, estimates that have been revised that have come through. So we'll put a couple of minor changes through there. I should mention at this point in time that in draft 3, there were a few new positions added. And I just want to list what those positions were. So we've added a legal general practitioner, and that will be offset greatly by some of the legal costs that we have been incurring. We are at a point in time where we have a strong need to have some of these legal services provided in-house. So we've added that position. We have a strategic project leader role that will be utilized in the CAO's office and with the project strategic team. We have a new customer service representative role in the Treasury Department, and we have a landscape architect, urban designer position in the Planning Department, and a manager of economic development. So those positions were added in draft 3. And Your Worship, thank you. That concludes the summary for today.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. I'd like to say I'm happy to hear from you, but today, when I look at these numbers, maybe not. Open the question to, or the floor to members of council for questions. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. The investment we make in a strategic project leader, and we're going to talk later about some other changes. If we're successful in lobbying other levels of government for significant funding, I'm assuming that based on the grant request and whether it meshes with some of our infrastructure spending that is already planned, that could have a positive impact on future taxation in upcoming years?
Thank you, through Your Worship. It would have, if the lobbying brings in more grant revenue than what we have forecasted, we really don't have a lot of grant revenue except monies that we already know we should be receiving, such as the UMF grant and OSIP monies. So yes, I would expect that that would have a positive impact on our outlook years.
Anything else, Councillor? Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Timms.
Well, I did have a question that was regarding if there were any imminent grant money that we would see in the short term, and I think you just answered that question. Thank you, Your Worship. And the answer was no. Am I correct?
Through Your Worship. So we have small amounts of grants that we already know that we're going to be receiving, and if those project works are scheduled in 2023 and those grants may be carrying over, we do have small amounts of grants there, but nothing large and significant that would have a major impact on the change of the tax rates going forward. However, we do get significant amount of grants each year. So every year there is money that we receive in grants that we have planned to spend our reserves or our tax dollars on, and those grants cover those amounts, and that becomes surplus for us to be able to use those funds for other purposes that we've collected. So we do get those benefits, but we don't budget for them unless we have reasonable assurance that we're going to get them.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just a follow-up question. When you indicated that normally the assessment that would be phased in would have reduced the taxation by 2%, now we're in a situation now where we've had cumulative years. Like I believe the last assessment is January of 2016. So if the provincial or the governments in general decide how that's going to be phased in more quickly, whether it's multiple years, would that also have a greater impact going forward? Like, it's just an unknown at this point, isn't it?
Through your worship, it is an unknown. We have used in our forecast what we traditionally have experienced in past years prior to the phase-in being frozen. So typically we receive about 2% of assessment in growth, and we receive about 2% of phase-in. So a total of about 4% our assessment base increases year over year, and that's what we use to forecast in the outlook years. But certainly dependent on what the province does, that will determine a lot for our tax impacts and our tax rate percentages.
Other questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Madam Treasurer. As I've been speaking as often as I can about publicly and otherwise, our tax increases in our budget this year is not pretty. And I mean, there's a lot of things in this budget that are here because this council is faced with what it's faced with coming in as a new council, and will responsibly deal with that. I would also think that as we move forward, and depending on what the province is going to do, we've now heard that they will they will do a reassessment hopefully by the end of 23-24, but we've heard that before as well. And so moving forward, and I know many councils have not done this, I don't believe, based on the increases we're seeing across the county and the province this year, is that if they're not going to do an assessment, that we start to look forward at including something in our budget for that, whether it's there or not, because I think history tells us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Treasurer, as you just said, about 2% per year. So perhaps we should have been factoring that in anyway, because we not only knew that that's the average, but we've seen house prices inflate, 10 times that. And so we could have been maybe better prepared. I will say that as we move forward with all of these expenses that are coming at us, with the price of gas, price of hydro, price of food, doesn't matter what you're buying today, it is, again, I say, grossly inflated. And I'm not so sure we're going to see that go back or fall very much. So I think it's imperative that as we get through the public meeting and we get to our final decision, that council really spend some brain power on this budget and consider, although it won't be an easy decision with this type of increase and increases, to do what is prudent, so as that our community is well prepared moving forward after this year, and not do what we're often compelled to do because of our feelings of how the public's going to feel about these increases, and cut where it's only going to catch up to us next year or the year after. So this is a tough one. It's a tough one for this council. I'm sure it's been tough for staff as they've gone through this process, knowing that they're going to come before council with these types of increases, and that's not pleasant. But I want to commend staff for the amount of work, time, and effort spent on this, because I know it hasn't been easy. And again, we're asking you to look in a crystal ball that you don't have. The other issue here is the amount of staffing that our community doesn't have, that needs. You had mentioned a legal consultant to be on staff, and that will probably cover itself, and I would venture to argue that we'll be on the upside there. I think we'll save considerable dollars when we look at the amount of outside sourcing we do for legal fees today, and some of the most common things we do. If we have someone in-house, I think there's a substantial savings, and those are the types of things that we need to be looking at moving forward, to be prudent and to do what it is that the good folks of Wasaga Beach elected us to do. So staff, thank you for your effort. Council, get ready to make some tough decisions, and we'll move along. And I do have a motion with respect to the 2023 Operating and Capital Budget Draft 3, that the report titled Recommendation Report 2023 Operating and Capital Budget Draft 3 to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting March 10th, 2023 be received, and that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve the staff to forward the proposed 2023 operating and capital budget, the 4-year operating and 10-year capital forecasts to the budget public meeting, inclusive of any changes identified during this meeting. Can I have a mover or a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, second by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And we now move on to item number 6 on the agenda, which is the Consent List Committee of the Whole, and I will turn the meeting over to Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Prior to the consent agenda motion, I will first ask the Fire Chief Williams present the Fire Department monthly report. Fire Chief.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present February's Fire Department monthly report. The month included 155 calls for service, including 10 motor vehicle collisions, 11 fire alarm activations, 15 requests for service, 15 public hazard and rescues, and 104 medical calls. We also completed 16 inspections, 13.5 hours of community outreach programming, and distributed 21 social media messages. The February highlights include a new smoke alarm program that was developed in partnership with the Wasaga Beach Public Library. We donated $1,700 to the local food bank. We also donated approximately 20 sets of expired bunker gear to an organization called Firefighters Without Borders. And this organization will clean and repair the old bunker gear and then ship them to fire departments who cannot afford new bunker gear, which typically occurs in South America. We provided a number of public education presentations, including at Snowman Mania, the Wasaga Beach United Church, Park Place Seniors Community, and then the 714 Wasaga Beach Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron. And our firefighters completed training in self-contained breathing apparatus, firefighter survival, electric and hybrid vehicles, and ice water rescue. I am happy to give you an update with our Station 2 renovation finally. So we met substantial completion of that project last Friday. So we've had the firefighters as well as some of our equipment moved back inside, and the temporary construction trailers have now been removed from the site, so it's looking much better. Once we receive the final invoices from the contractor, we'll be able to obtain the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Grant, which had a value of $361,000. Given the current challenges with labor and the supply chain, we're quite happy with the results that we received. I really do feel like we got a good result while being financially responsible, and most importantly, our firefighters are going to have a safe station to once again operate out of. In the coming weeks, I'll be reaching out to members of council and inviting them to a tour of the renovated space. And I would like to thank you for your continued support during the renovation. Obviously, we wouldn't have been able to do it without your assistance. And I will leave it with one final reminder that this weekend includes daylight saving times, so it would be a perfect opportunity for the community to test their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and change out batteries where required. Thank you.
Thank you, Fire Chief Williams. Are there any questions pertaining to the monthly report? Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess a couple of things. Chief, I had a meeting at the fire hall a few weeks back, and I was talking to one of your firefighters, and I asked the question, how many calls on a monthly basis would they use Narcan, because they had just come back from a call. Could you share that information with the public here today? I think it's extremely important for the public to hear it, to really understand what kind of a crisis drugs are in this community, and the amount of times that you folks are on the road bringing people back to life essentially on a regular basis.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's a great question. I think it's fair to say that we respond in our community multiple times a week, at least 2, if not many more, to overdose calls. In not every case do we give Narcan, because oftentimes we're able to secure the patient's airway and adequately ventilate them, which will bring them back without the use of Narcan. But certainly 2 to 3 times a week we're responding, and either we give Narcan or oftentimes the public will have it on scene prior to our arrival.
Thank you very much, Chief. And the next point, I guess maybe you could speak a little bit. We talk about changing our batteries, but I only learned this a few years ago, that smoke detectors expire. And how do we find that? Where do we see that on the smoke detector to check? Because I have a feeling a lot of people are still replacing batteries on smoke detectors that may be expired and not working properly.
Absolutely. So the Ontario Fire Code requires that you replace the alarm within the manufacturer's recommendation, and the standard across the board is 10 years. So every 10 years we should be swapping out our alarms. They have a sensor inside them that constantly has air moving across that sensor, and over time they just simply become contaminated and will be less effective, and that's the reason why we need to replace them. So oftentimes the alarm will have a date either on the side of the alarm that says replaced by a certain year, and if it doesn't, if you untwist it from the roof and pull it down, there'll be a manufacture date, and again, we're trying to look for that 10-year mark. If you cannot find a date, and especially if the alarm is looking yellower than it once did, it's probably a safe bet to just replace it and provide adequate protection to your family.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair. I just, based on the Mayor's comment, I thought it would be a good time just to remind the public that currently there is a significant warning about the opioids that are being distributed in Simcoe County, and I believe it's quite a deadly strain. I have not personally heard of any fatalities, but I believe there have been a number. So again, you know, so I would be very careful as to what you would purchase if you're needing that kind of dependency and to seek some medical help. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Fire Chief. You mentioned about 15 public hazards and rescues. Can you give a bit of more information about that, please?
So a public hazard can be a variety of things. It can be a hydro line that's come down onto the roadway after a storm. It can be a natural gas leak because an excavator has pulled out the gas line. So it could be any sort of situation within the public that's potentially hazard. Our rescues, typically in our town, involve water rescues. But certainly it could be some sort of a rescue from maybe inside the provincial park. In this case, we did have a number of times where we were called out to the beachfront, and we have been actively trying to do some communication within the community to warn people to stay off that ice shelf because it is extremely dangerous. The ice conditions are very inconsistent as you walk out, and it's not a safe place to be. So certainly I know of at least one of those calls was made for a number of individuals that appeared to be in distress on the east side of town, where we had to have a full response, and we had to send several fire trucks and the police and the paramedics to this location. So certainly we can avoid these types of scenarios by just simply respecting nature from afar and looking at its beauty, but not venturing out onto the ice under any circumstances, especially at this time of year.
Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, yeah, just a comment that came to my mind about the ice rescues, because I see a few. And the provincial park have some notices out, but your boards that you have out about fire hazards, the rating, and I know you've changed them right now, but I was thinking, I was driving one day, perhaps those boards could be notices about our ice shelf. They're very visual to people driving around more than go on the beach. It was just a thought as I was driving.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the Fire Chief? No? Okay, I will read the motion. Resolved that the Community Services section of Coordinated Committee receive the March 2023 Fire Department report for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Mayor Smith. All in favor? Passed unanimously. I will now review the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I am aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote: 6.1.5, 6.1.6, and 6.1.7. Would anyone like to make a comment on an item prior to the consent recommendation? No? Okay. Resolved that the Community Services section of Committee of the Whole hereby received the March 10th, 2023 consent list, item 6.1, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Tim. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. I will now move to the first item pulled, which is item 6.1.5, pulled by Councillor Timms and Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Timms, you may go first, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dillio. This is the library report that I was quite impressed with, and I just wanted to comment that having been appointed to the library board, I have been really enlightened about all the good programming and services that we are offering to the public at no cost, basically. And moving out of the pandemic, the community engagement has really ramped up, which is exciting to see. 88,000 items were borrowed, and 22,000 of them were digital borrowings last year, which I think is pretty phenomenal. And 6,000 children were engaged in 360 plus programs. So I think that's really something that our town can be proud of. And through you, Councillor Dillio, I wonder if our CEO of the library would like to add anything on to my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Through the chair, I just wanted to say that the library is very happy after years of COVID restrictions to be ramping up our programs and services once again. We're heading into pre-pandemic levels of service, and that's a wonderful thing for our community. We have some tremendous talented and dedicated staff who are always looking for new opportunities, ways that we can increase services for our community. I think you saw that in our report, especially when we address students and their issues that they've been having due to COVID and their learning opportunities. We addressed tutoring in many different ways to try and support their learning, all at no cost to the students in our community. So those are the kinds of things that we're aiming to continue looking for opportunities in order to just find new ways that we can serve and support and ensure that the members of Wasaga Beach have what they need in order to have a good life here. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, through the chair. As Councillor Tim said, a very impressive report and really informative. Obviously, huge impact in our community. One question I had was on page 153, where it mentioned 99,711 accessed Wi-Fi. Is that where, because if I read it correctly, are you loaning HubSpots? Like, are you loaning? We did it. The school board had to do it during COVID for students who didn't have internet. We loaned them a device that they could plug into their home, and then they could access our Wi-Fi. Was that part of that number, or were you even offering that service, or am I confused? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, that number accounts for just Wi-Fi use out of our location, the 99,000. We do have 6 hotspots that we do have available for people to borrow and take home so that they can have internet at home. The numbers don't show that right now, but I can get that number of how many borrowed it. It was one of our most popular items last year.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for, hotspots. And they are incredible because, especially, you know, financially, if there's barriers to having Wi-Fi at home, or in a lot of the rural areas here, right, there's a lot of municipalities that really struggle. We're fortunate, we have pretty good Wi-Fi here in the community, but it's nice to be able to offer that equitable access to all families in the community in regards to Wi-Fi. One question I also had in regards to the tutoring, are you still accessing the funding that was being offered by the school board that was provided through the province?
Through the chair, we were able to extend the funding. It ends in March, so we continued the tutoring through January, February, and March at which time the funding is no longer available. So the in-person tutoring will come to an end to a great extent. However, we do have one tutor who continues to support early literacy for grade 1s especially, and we still will be offering our online free tutoring. It's also one-on-one service. You can access it from 2 p.m. till 11 p.m. any day of the week for any subject in any grade. So that will continue to be available.
Sorry, just to comment on that. I think that's absolutely tremendous, because the learning loss from COVID and the struggles for students and for families trying to recover was incredible. And that's one thing I really applaud the province for, was how quickly they released those funds to school boards. And then school boards were relying on partners like libraries and associations like ours to be able to then deliver the service. So, and one thing that we struggled with is that there's not a lot of tutoring programs commercially here in the community. We don't have any here in Wasaga Beach, and there's only, I think, 2 in Collingwood. So it was difficult to find partners to be able to utilize the money and deliver the services. So thank you very much to you and your team and your volunteers for doing that essential service right now.
Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, great report. Thank you. But I had the question myself, and interestingly enough, I received a phone call just the other day from a citizen as well, and I have heard it asked before, and not just of the library, but also of the arena. So we see it's good. This is a great report because we see the users, the visitors, so on and so forth. But I think what would also be good to know, again, not only from the library, but from the arena, is when we look at visitors, how many of those visitors, I mean, 42,742 visitors is great. I mean, that means our library is active and busy. But how many of those people are repeat? I guess what we should be trying to find out, if we can, is how many people within our community actually are using the library. So we have 42,742 visitors, but was that 3,000 people going several times a week, a month, a year, and the same with the arena. I think people, especially when we look at these the additions to budget for these facilities, people are going to be really wanting to know what that works out to per citizen and also per user. So if we could find a way to try and find that number, I don't know how. I'll leave that up to all the brains in the house here. But that'd be a good number for both to have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, I will read the motion. That the report titled 2022 Wasaga Beach Public Library Year in Review be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Passed unanimously. I will now move to the second item pulled, which is item 6.1.6, pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, through the chair. This one was just a comment, so my apologies for pulling it. In future, I'll just make a comment at the beginning. I just wanted to say that I attended this event last year, the cruisers out at the sports park. What a phenomenal location for that particular event, and it really showcased what a great venue that can be for the right fit of an event. And I think they did a fantastic job in organizing it, and I fully support donating the stage. I think it's a great collaborative effort. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to that, I was talking to the executive of the cruisers, and many people kind of felt disappointed that it was no longer down on Playland parking lot. But I just want them to know the cruisers were very excited to be at the sports park. Blowing sand is not the best for classic cars. They were extremely happy with the venue, and very happy to have it again this year. I had suggested to them, though, that because of the distance from the parking lot to the actual vehicles being parked, that they should look at possibly a golf cart or something, because there were quite a few of our people with some mobility issues that really needed to to have a better way to get over to the vehicles. So hopefully that'll happen this year.
Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. Moving forward, I will read the motion that the report titled Recommendation Report 2023 Wasaga Beach Cruisers Fun Run to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 10th, 2023 be received, and further that Joint Committee recommend to Council to approve the Wasaga Beach Cruisers Fun Run event on June 23rd and June 24th, 2023, and further that a $2,500 sponsorship grant be provided to the Wasaga Beach Cruisers to assist in enhancing further live entertainment acts for this event, pending final 2023 budget approval, and that the town provide the SL 100 stage and large event tent for the duration of the event as an in-kind donation. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay. I will now move to the third item pulled, which is item 6.1.7, pulled by Councillor Ego and Deputy Mayor Snell. We will first go to Councillor Ego and then to Councillor Mayor Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you. Yes, I've pulled this because it was a chance drive-through to the Wasaga Stars Arena the other day. I had to make a U-turn, so I went into the property. And then after that, I gave Chris a call, and so he knew we were going to have a conversation today, because I was frankly really surprised at how nice the little cabins looked. So I went, wow, this is interesting. You know, I've been wondering what's going to happen with those lands. So I was able to have a meeting with Chris, and so I'm hoping today that we can share some of the things or what we talked about. And it was, my question was, we've been wondering what on earth is going to happen with the Stars Arena and the cabins, like what's going on? Can you enlighten me? And so that's where it started. And Chris, if you'd be good enough, that'd be great. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you for the question, Councillor Ego, and I have fielded the same question dozens of times over the past year or two, and my answer has been consistent, that we are going to decide once we open the new arena. And I believe it came up in our budget deliberations at least once, but there is $75,000 set aside to do a formal study on a condition assessment for the buildings that the town owns at the arena property, the Wasaga Stars Arena property. And also a second half to that study is to consider all of the different recreation requirements that our town might need in the near future. Lastly, a feasibility study on our other recreation facilities, so consideration for costs that the town might run into as it relates to the recplex, the sports park, et cetera, so that we can make a educated decision about how we reuse that Wasaga Stars property as it balances out with the new arena facilities and the other facilities that we have throughout town.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'm surprised at is the 75,000 requests for a needs study now. I got thinking about it, I thought, it's kind of like you want a really nice new house, you're going to build a Policia home, and you don't think about what you're going to do with your old one at the time. What money it's going to bring in, or are you going to keep it, what are you going to do? So that's what I was looking at when you put that out there, and you mentioned that you were even looking at possibly a curling rink, and that just threw me totally. I thought, you're looking at refurbishing, so yeah, maybe that or a field house for, you know, indoor soccer, so on. So I just hadn't heard any of this. So is this new? If I'm a counselor here, this is new to me. Is it new to everyone, or has it been on the books?
Certainly, thank you, Councillor Ego. Those are both great examples. These would be considerations that would come out of this feasibility study. Does our town have a use for a field house? Are field sports something that could be of use in the coming decade? Is there a value or a cost benefit to dispose of that building versus try and upgrade it to modern standards and retrofit it with ideas? And the second example is another one that a lot of people have asked me about because there's refrigeration there. My stock answer has always been, we have neighboring curling clubs that are already funded by the town of Wasaga Beach. Does it make sense to build another one? It certainly would be a consideration in that study to try and understand if there were reasonable uses, that it would be a consideration for council to decide on what to use that building for.
Okay, thank you. So I get it's under direction of past council. So a feasibility study was not done on anything to do with the possibilities. Am I just really clear on that?
I'm sorry, I may misunderstand you, but at the time that the decision was made to build a twin pad arena, there was never an inclination that we would close our current Wasaga Stars arena for 3 years. I think the wait and see is certainly that we have a functioning arena, and then we would go back and study if the old arena should be shuttered or retrofitted. I don't know that it was possible to have that arena service in our community for 3 years during the construction process. So certainly no, there was not a consideration as to what would be done with the Wasaga Stars arena. Council did make one related decision on the old arena. It was one of the sites that we considered to build the new arena at, and it was quickly shuttered away or decided not to be used because of this 3-year gap in service that we would have suffered.
Okay. The other part on you were asking for money for, and this is to do with the arena, and again a topic I'm not that familiar with, and I see $10,000 for a figure skating harness system in the report. So we did talk about that a bit, but so I've done a little bit of homework, so my questions today are, how often, I've gathered, we have about 125 children in figure skating, and I'm not here to knock skating or any activities. I'm just trying to figure this out. So you have a harness now, correct? There's a harness system in the old arena.
Yes, that's right. Yes, it'll be a similar system, same type of coach-assisted lift for safety for the kids practicing their jumps.
Okay. About how many times in a season would you know that is it used? Like,
I don't know the numbers, but I did speak about this with the president of Wasaga Beach Figure Skating Club, and she stated to me in the last week or so that we would use that almost every single time that they have practices. That's what she stated to me.
Really? Okay.
I can look into it though, Councillor Ego.
Maybe different types of harnesses. I do happen to know someone that was an Olympian figure skater, a medal winner Olympian, and she is now an international coach in figure skating. And she herself does not use the harness system because they are difficult to use. It takes strength. There may be different types of harnesses. I'm just saying this is because I did doing a bit of homework after this as well. So I'm going, okay, and she coaches throughout the world. So maybe there are different harnesses, so that's why I'm asking. And I just, to get to the base of it, because obviously this will go back and forth, all I'm thinking about is $10,000, and maybe that's a project that would be done through the figure skating club or someone. But I would have a hard time justifying $10,000 when I know how many children in this town are going to the food bank and are without the basics of life. So that's, you know, I have to look at it that way, Chris, and yeah, that's the way I'll leave it.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. We will now go to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, through the chair. I always love the rec reports. They're one of my favorites. One thing I want to share is I'm really impressed with the graphics that's coming out of your department. Really appreciated the March break marketing collateral. You can see that it's consistently using the hex values of the new logo, and just a lot of great information, very clearly communicated. So whomever's doing that is doing a fantastic job. Also reading in 6.1.11 about the LGBTQ plus initiatives that are going on and wanting to develop more support services. I think your team and your strategy is right on the money, especially based on the census data that came that was done by the school board last year, I think it was, the year before, and I was shocked at the numbers of young people who are identifying in this area. So I think that's a great priority. And I also loved the focus on building a sense of community for our youth, because obviously we all know we don't have a high school, so that's a big gap in our community. So I think, focusing on that is brilliant. And I also just wanted to speak to the cyberbullying online safety and wellness program, that's initiative that's happening the week of March 20th, because in the report at the time, it was a little bit, it was in an unknown spot. It's a tough subject. It's a really painful, tough subject, and can sometimes be triggering for people that are listening or engaging in it. And our school board had some reservations in allowing Ms. Todd to be able to come into the school and really speak openly about the subject. So at one point there, we were wondering, is this thing even going to go through? So I think that's where, because our reports come forward so early, that's where that sort of gray line was sort of put in there in regards to an update would be coming. But I'm super excited to share that we were able to negotiate a good resolution. And Ms. Todd agreed to stay within the confines of a Tell Us Wise program that was already pre-vetted by the school board, so that it wasn't an organic conversation that could go in multiple directions. So that was fantastic. So it still permits us to be able to have her go into both of our elementary schools, teaching the younger students and then all the staff, and then the older students in the afternoon, which is fantastic. We also negotiated CCI, grade 9s and 10s, which is awesome. And then obviously our evening that we are hosting as a community on Wednesday, March 22nd. That one, what we decided was that one is, the gloves come off. We're not staying in a box. We're not staying filtered. It's going to be a very raw and authentic and real conversation with this panel of experts. But we did agree to the school board that we would keep it 18 plus. And that allowed them to feel comfortable that their students weren't necessarily going to be getting information and then not having, immediate resources. And also to, it gave us permission then to still push our marketing collateral through the school board to all of the parents. So all of the parents at Birchview, Worsley, CCI, potentially Elmville and Stayner High School will be getting that marketing material. So we're very grateful to the school board for the relationship and the collaboration, and your team has done one heck of a job, Chris, in pulling this thing together. This thing has been a locomotive that's been running super fast, and then it goes left, and then it goes right, and then it goes backwards, and they've just done a fantastic job. So I just wanted to bring the room up to speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smell. We will now turn to Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to the skating harness. So the figure skating club, is it run by the town? It's a private entity that runs the figure skating, is it not?
Correct. It's like a minor sport group, similar to soccer, baseball, and hockey. Yeah.
Okay, and so is that an individual who runs that school, or is it just parents who volunteer? My understanding is that it's an individual who runs that and then rents space from us. Is that correct?
No. With regard to the harness, Wasaga Beach Figure Skating Club is a not-for-profit run by a board of parent volunteers. And there is a second private organization that has certified coaches that offer skating clinics. And those coaches who are certified by Skate Canada are insured to use that harness. So it would be used by two different organizations. One is a private school, and the second one is the local figure skating club that also hires Skate Canada certified coaches.
So the private school, if I may, Madam Chair, so private school, I'm assuming they make profit off of their clinics or whatever it is they do, correct?
I would presume, yes, a regular organization that's been in business at the town for many years. Yes,
Okay, so
certainly expect it's lucrative.
Thank you. So to use Councillor Ego's, oh really? So I think to Councillor Ego's point then, in $10,000, although in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount of money, but I would think that this is a piece of equipment that a private entity who makes profit is going to use, that perhaps they should at the very least share in that cost. So I'd like to see us look at that. And then the next item I wanted to chat about was the building. I fully understand why we haven't looked at what we will do with that building at this point. It's, you know, there's still we're still 6 to 8 months out on opening the new arena. But I will tell you, for an arena, a cold place, it has been the hottest spot in town for the last year. I can tell you that shortly after being elected, I was invited to a private function, and that the purpose of that function, in my opinion, was to grab members of the new council and see how we can get a hold of that building. So it is a very sought after location and building. And I'll also mention, with respect to what we do decide to use it for, and curling club was mentioned, I had this discussion just a couple of weeks ago with a few citizens who said, you know, we should make that our curling club. And on the same breath, we're asking, why are we giving money to Stayner and Elmvale for curling when it's not our town? And I would say it's really pretty simple. We can give $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 to 2 other communities who are going to maintain and look after a huge building with a lot of expense, so as that our folks here can travel a short distance to use that and to curl, versus having our very own building here, which with maybe 250 curlers. I don't know what that number is exactly, or even 500 curlers, is a big cost to the community to carry that building for that facility. So that's kind of why we give money to other communities in these cases, and it'll be interesting to see what we find out and can do with or can't do with that building. I know that back in about 2013, I think a study was done at that time, because it was being preached that the life expectancy of that building was long past, and I think we ended up at that point doing a study and spent $3 or $4 million to bring it up to snuff. So it's, you know, I've seen a lot of buildings around like Wasaga Stars Arena that are in a lot worse shape than Wasaga Stars Arena is, that's for sure. And so if we can spend a few dollars to bring that to a point where we can use it for many more years, I think that is a very advantageous thing for us to do. And what we use it for, indoor sports in the winter, who knows, but we've got an asset there that we really need to have a close look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. I would like to just comment. I had the same 2 items as Mayor Smith, but the one, and I want to put the Elmvale and Stayner curling clubs at ease, is I certainly would not support a curling club within Wasaga Beach. One club just did a major renovation, and more than half of their membership is Wasaga Beach residents. And if we were to open a club, I believe both of those 2 facilities would have no other choice but to close, which is not only a cost to us, but also a cost to both of those municipalities. So, but on the other point, if I'm hearing this correctly, if we have $75,000 in the current budget to start to do a survey or a study to understand how we would use the Stars Arena, why would we wait until the new facility opened to and start at that point and have the, I'm sure we would find a way to use the facility in the meantime, but why would we not do the study ahead of the new arena opening, so that when the Stars Arena becomes available, that we have a plan in place, and that we're already hitting the road running. Like it's not like we're spending money that's not in the budget. It's just have it done so that we're ready to move forward, and that it's not, that we're not waiting for a study to effectively use a pretty major asset to our community.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Blanger. And certainly if I'm to speak to that, we set a work plan in place that talked about on the day that we open the new arena, we would start the study. And beyond that, I suspect maybe it was born out of a workload thing that obviously the recreation group is quite busy as we're getting the building opened. But if that's an arbitrary decision and council's interested, we can consider accelerating. I certainly would build it into a more aggressive work plan. Obviously, fall of 2023 is not very far away at this point, but it should be upon us to make those decisions soon.
Okay, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to be fair to staff, I'm sure staff was following the direction of council, correct?
Frankly, I think that staff suggested that we study this idea because obviously there's a value in this facility that could be recreation. We've had a recreation study that also talked about using it for storage. That is in actually the 2013 Parks and Rec master plan. They talked about what we would use if we relocated the arena, but it hasn't been officially looked at. There are significant costs to keeping the Recplex sound for the coming decades, and I would say that council was not addressed on that other than through the budget process, and it is in this year's budget process. Prior to that, it had only been scheduled as capital refurbishment dollars, and this was a small portion of that capital refurbishment that was committed based on the staff idea.
But my point is, Madam Chair, in defense of staff, the question was asked, why wouldn't we have done that study before now? Well, that would be a decision of council, not staff. And that's my point. I just think it's an unfair comment to staff.
Mayor Smith. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, that was not a slate at staff, and it wasn't that we should have it done before now. I'm saying, why wait until the facility opens? It's in this budget that we could start it in the next few months. And but I do respect the fact that opening of the arena and library is a substantial workload for staff, and that was a very good point. But again, if there is an opportunity for us to have an understanding and not wait till the actual day of the opening, it would be something I would ask council to consider at a future meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, hearing what I've just heard from Councillor Belanger, I guess I'd like to put a motion on the floor so we can give staff direction to move forward with that study as opposed to waiting until our new library arena opens. But I see our treasurer's excited.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. I just wanted to mention we do need to pass the budget before we spend those dollars. So March 30th is when it is scheduled to be passed, and April would be the earliest we would start to spend those dollars.
If I may, Madam Chair, so then perhaps a motion that says if the budget is passed, that staff can move forward on that as quickly as possible. I understand we want to know what to do with that, and I would agree with that, but I just want to make sure that staff is that the direction is clear, and that staff is again, they take their direction from council. So if it hasn't been done till now, it's because they haven't been given that direction. So if perhaps we could do that now, and that'll put a lot of this to rest.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Laura, did you want to table this motion?
Thank you, Chair DeLeo. Would it work to add on, obviously, to receive the report for information as worded and further that staff undertake a feasibility study on the Wasaga Stars Arena pending 2023 budget approval? Or do you want it to be specifically the month of April?
I'm fine with it. Yeah, staff will deal with it in due time, I'm sure. I'm fine with that. Do we need a seconder?
A mover? Do we need a mover? Okay,
Sorry, so I'm sorry, Chair DeLeo. So we moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor Ego. If you wanted to call the vote.
All in favor? Okay. Oh, passed unanimously. Okay. And this concludes the Community Services Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. I will now pass the chair to Councillor Timms for Public Works section.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. And the reason I was distracted there is I've just kind of realized that I requested 3 items pulled, and I see the agenda only says 2. So can I address that when I get to that point? Thank you. I will now review the Public Works unit of the Committee of the Whole, and I'm aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda for separate consideration and vote. My paperwork says item 6.2.4 and 6.2.5, but I was actually also interested in 6.2.3. May I speak to all of them at the same time? Same comments.
Sorry, yes, Chair Timms, if you wanted to speak to all of them, and then we'd pass each of them separately.
Thank you. And I pulled these comments because I heard, or didn't hear, I read some very disparaging misinformation about the quality of our water and the delivery of our water through social media, probably the day before I read these reports. Some as strong as saying that it was unfit for human consumption. And then when I start reading the reports that have been provided to us by the Ministry of the Environment, as well as the report that was created by Ontario Clean Water Association, and telling us that we have an excellent report card for our water delivery and quality, I really felt that it's important to address this so that the public, if they should be listening or if they get a chance to read the minutes or look at the recording, would realize that that is not true. And since becoming the chair of this section of government, I have read those water reports and wish that I was a technologist or a chemist, but the general gist that I get from it is that we have an excellent system here, and we have good clean water that's available for drinking. And I wonder, Director Lalonde, if you would add on to my comments with your knowledge.
Sure, I can speak to that. Councillor Timms, through you. Certainly, I can say with unequivocally and with confidence that we have and we continue to provide drinking water of the highest quality to our residents and meeting and complying with provincial regulations and legislation alongside our partners at the Ontario Clean Water Agency. And we do have Mr. Richard Eagle here today, who is the Senior Operations Manager with Aqua, if there are any specific questions. But drinking water is a very controlled, regulated process, not only from licensing to accreditation, from taking water from the ground, through treatment, through distribution, through operations and maintenance, through licensing the staff that are able to sample and maintain this infrastructure. And I can assure you that we are in full compliance, and we're very proud of the work that our teams do, both in Public Works and Ontario Clean Water Agency. So I encourage, and it goes back to some of the earlier statements about social media, but I encourage anyone, if you have questions about the quality of our water or how we produce our water, to give us a call, or we can put you in contact with Ontario Clean Water Agency and answer some of those questions with facts.
Thank you, Director Lalonde. Would our representative from Ontario Clean Water Association like to bring any information to the council? Sorry, it looks like I'm putting you on the spot.
I like to do that myself, so that's good.
Yeah, I'm accustomed to that. No, nothing, unless there's a specific question about the water quality. But the performance reports that we put together and provide to the town and the community does demonstrate that everything's all in conformance and all within the ministry limits. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other comments or concerns? Your worship?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I've heard this a few times over the years, and it really does annoy me as well, because I understand that people are upset because they're getting a lot of scale in their kettle, and that they have hard water stains on their glass. But that doesn't have anything to do, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, with the quality of the water. If you drink the water that comes from the springs in Elmvale, which is the best quality water apparently in the world, it has nutrients and contents in it, and it's hard water. The hardness doesn't affect the quality of the drinking water. And so I think what happens is the good folks at Wasaga Beach, when they end up having to buy a new kettle, you know, after a few months or a few years, need to maybe look more at the manufacturer of the kettle and why it's not holding up, but not be so quick to blame the quality of our water. In all the time that I've served on council in the past and now, I can tell you that between the staff at the Town of Wasaga Beach and the good folks at Aqua, that we absolutely are on top of our water, how we deal with our water, the protection of our water, and the quality of our water. And I am very proud to say that, as a matter of fact, when we have our inspections, our director of Public Works was 1 year devastated almost. I think he was going to have to take leave at one point because we lost, I think, a half a point out of 100 because of how concerned and how proud he is and his staff are of our wastewater system. So it's always easy when you have an issue, I guess, to find blame in other areas, but I would highly recommend, Councillor Timms, that if you want to go to school to read those reports, you fill your boots, but I'm not joining you. Thank you.
Your worship. Councillor Dilio, did you have your hand? It's covered? Okay, thank you. I was also impressed, if I might add, how much money we spend on making sure the equipment is kept up to date, as not so much on how much we spend, but the fact that we are keeping that equipment up to date by investing in what we have. So thank you very much to the staff and Ontario Clean Water Association. And that's all I have to say. However, I realized I was so excited to talk about water that I didn't move the motion for the consent agenda. So what order do you want me to go in?
Through you, Chair Timms, since most of the items were kind of more of a general blanket statement that you had, perhaps we'll just consider everything you said as a comment pertaining to the section, and we'll just pass everything still under the consent resolution since you're not looking for any changes.
Thank you. So if I may, resolved that the Public Works section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the March 10th, 2023 consent list items 6.2, and I guess I'm going to say 6.22, 6.223, 62.4. I think I might have said that wrong. I hope you're taking it down better than I'm saying. 6.2.5. And that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluded agenda items that were pulled from the agenda, which we covered, and voted on separately. May I have a mover? Councillor DeLeo, and seconder? Councillor Eagle. All in favor? Carried. And I think that that concludes the Public Works Business Unit of the Committee of the Whole, and I will now pass the chair to Councillor Belanger, Development Services Section. Am I right?
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I will now review the Development Service Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. There are no items that have been pulled. However, I believe there is an item that our Deputy Mayor would like to make comment on. So I will pass the floor to her and do the consent agenda after.
Thank you, Chair. I think the item was 6.3.3. Is that what we're talking about? 6.3? Yeah. So I'll pass on that, as I did reference it in a comment earlier in today's discussion. So I'm okay for that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So resolved that the Development Service section of Committee of the Whole hereby receive the March 10th, 2023 consent agenda list 6.3, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted. Could I have a mover? Mayor Smith and Councillor White as seconder. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Oh, sorry. With that, I'll pass the chair to Deputy Mayor Snell for General Government section.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. I'll now review the General Government Business Unit of Committee of the Whole. So I'm aware that the following items have been pulled from the consent agenda and will be for a separate consideration and vote. We've got 6.4.4, 6.4.5, 6.4.6, 6.4.7, 6.4.9, 6.4.10, 6.4.11, and 6.4.12. Would anyone like to make a comment on any of the other items prior to the consent recommendations?
What's left?
I know. I think that's pretty much the whole section. Okay, so seeing none, resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby received the March 10th, 2023 consent list item 6.4, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor DeLeo, Councillor Timms, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, so for 6.4.4, that one was pulled by Councillor Belanger, please.
Thank you, Chair Snell. I actually pulled this because it's related to a notice of motion that Councillor Eagle has put forward. And in addition, there were some comments in our comment and question period. But I thought that it would be appropriate just for council to have a brief discussion on homelessness. And so I think, Councillor Eagle, I'll let you go first if you have any comment. Otherwise, I'll just make a few comments. Oh, okay, that was very good. Clearly, Mayor Smith spoke about this, and I think that it's certainly a significant issue within our community, and I think I'm hoping that it would fall under the new task force that we will be putting in place for affordable housing, and you know, which would certainly look at shelters and different things. But I just want the community to know that this isn't something that has been ignored. We've been talking to a number of other municipalities and certainly trying to arrange a tour of a newly constructed shelter in Barrie, and so there's we recognize the need. We recognize in a country as great as Canada that no one should have inadequate shelter. So I just want to that the public has the confidence that we will be certainly delving into this and looking for solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Anybody else have any that they want to contribute or add to? Okay. Seeing none, whereas the homeless crisis is taking a devastating toll on families and communities, undermining a healthy and prosperous Ontario, whereas the homelessness crisis is the result of the underinvested and poor policy choices of successive provincial governments, whereas homelessness requires a range of housing, social service, and health solutions from government, whereas homelessness is felt most at the level of local government and the residents that they serve, whereas municipalities and districts' social administration boards are doing their part but do not have the resources, capacity,
or tools to address the complex challenge. And whereas leadership and urgent action is needed from the provincial government on an emergency basis to develop, resource, and implement a comprehensive plan to prevent, reduce, and ultimately end homelessness in Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that the Town of Wasaga Beach calls on the provincial government to urgently, 1, acknowledge that homelessness in Ontario is a social, economic, and health crisis. 2, commit to ending homelessness in Ontario. 3, work with AMO and a broad range of community, health, Indigenous, and economic partners to develop, resource, and implement an action plan to achieve this goal. And further, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Children, Community, and Social Services, the Minister of Health, and to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Smith, Councillor Timms, and all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. It's a great motion. Okay, 6.4.5. This item was pulled by both Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White. We'll have Councillor White first, please, and then Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the reason why I pulled this, and it's been addressed already, I'd like to thank Jocelyn for that. Thank you. Is I did want to have an option put forward in this motion to decide between either imposing fees on people who use credit cards for big ticket items with the town, or just banning the practice outright, as other municipalities have done similarly. So that's been addressed and it's on this way, so I'll pass the mic, as it were.
Thank you, Councillor White. Over to Councillor DeLeo, please.
Sorry. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address my concern regarding these credit card fees for the residences and not the developers who get to claim these fees. Just so that you know, when it comes, I will be voting in opposition. So the different increases that will be imposed on the residents this year based on the proposed budget items to date, and taking into consideration that we, as council, do not know our residents' personal circumstances or reasoning for the use of credit to pay their property taxes. Many may speculate that it is merely to gather points. However, adding the increased cost of food, gas, and other items due to inflation, there are many that unfortunately must use credit in order to remain current with their property's expenses. For the benefits of all residences using this method of payment, deferring this proposal for 1 year and revisit in the future would be a better application of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Any other questions? Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question through you to the Treasurer. How many people on average annually use credit cards to pay their payment versus the total amount that is the total population that pays taxes? So out of, if there's 10,000 people paying taxes, what percentage of that would be using credit cards? Do we know that?
I'm going to respond, Your Worship, with a number that I think represents it, but I may need to come back and verify. I believe it's around 1,800 are paying by credit card out of that estimated 12,000.
So somewhere between 15 and 18% then. So I guess two things, because I'm really happy that you brought this up, Councillor DeLeo, because it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. And so I have to look a little deeper at this when I look at it. I guess if 15 to 18%, I being one of those, pays my taxes with a credit card because I like to get the points. So 85% of the population is paying for me to have a benefit to use my credit card to get points. So I'm not so sure that that's fair to the general population, the folks who are paying cash. The other concern I have, and again, it's an excellent point that the councillor raises, is that we feel like we're offering a good service to those folks who have a credit card who can't afford to pay their taxes, so they pay it on their credit card. We need to look deeper than that, because what's happening then is if they can't afford to pay their taxes, there's a very good chance they're not able to afford to pay their credit card debt either. And the difference is, if they don't pay their taxes, it's 2 to 3% or 1%. 1% per year, 1.5%. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. They pay 1.5% interest on that money annually. If they put it on their credit card and can't pay it, they're paying as high as 24 and 25%. I think if we look at it that way, we're enabling the problem to be even worse, because that debt on credit cards is astronomical. If you're a person in crisis who is living off your credit card, and I get why, and I feel for those people, but for us to enable that, as opposed to making it clear to the public, you know, if you can't afford your taxes, you're going to pay 1.5%. Not that I don't want people to pay their taxes, don't take me wrong, because after so many years, that can become a problem as well. We get into land sales and so on and so forth. But to pay it on a credit card at 23, 24% is just not good advice, in my opinion. So again, thank you, Councillor, for bringing it up. I think it's important. And again, I'll go back to I'm one of those people who are reaping the benefit then of 85% of the population because I want to use it. So if I want to use it and I want the points, if that's the case, then I should be paying that fee. And I think the bigger argument to that, if people aren't happy about having to pay the fee, is to write to and call their banks, because the bank's making money hand over fist every which way from Sunday. They make it when you put it in the bank. They make it when you take it out of the bank. They make it when you use the credit card. They make it when you don't pay the credit card. Maybe the banks should be removing the fees so people can use their credit cards as opposed to the general public. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple of points. The way I look at this is if I had to look at this, and I was giving this advice to my own children, and like you said, if you're going to carry debt, you need to carry debt at the least expense possible. The credit card versus the town's carrying it is obviously not the right choice. The town offers a much better rate should you need to carry it. But I also don't feel that we should be paying for or enabling people to pay for regular everyday items on their credit cards. It's just consumer credit is not the right place to spend on your taxes, and the taxpayer, all of us in this room, should not be funding to point a spotlight at you, Mr. Mayor, your points. So I, if it's okay, I motion for option B that a surcharge be applied. And the reason why I do this is because I feel like the choice needs to be there for people. If they want to make the choice to pay it on their credit card to earn the points, they're going to suffer the fee. If not, there's a lot of other ways to pay your tax bill. So option B is the motion that I put forward.
We have Councillor DeLeo's hand up, but I'll put it to the Deputy Clerk first for direction, please.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing as Councillor White has put forward a motion for option B, we can vote on that at this time. So it would be, if you'll indulge me, that the report titled Information Report Credit Card Fees to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 10th be received for information, and that a surcharge fee be applied to credit card payments once the merchant provider or providers have processing systems that are compliant with the payment card processing rules. We have a seconder for Councillor White.
Can I second that? Yeah? Okay, I'll second that, please. I have to read it first? Oh, okay. Right. Okay, I can read it. Okay, so,
May I address the chair? Sorry, I just wanted to correct the record just for the clarity of the 1.5%. That was 1.5% per month. It's 15% per year. I just felt that needed to be clarified. Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry? Oh, we already read the motion. Okay. Okay, so all those in favor? Those opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we move on to 6.4.6, and Councillor Belanger has pulled this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. Yes, I pulled 6.4.6 because although I am in agreement that the ask from the Humane Society and the time frame may be excessive and was considered to be the same by a number of municipalities, I do believe that there's an opportunity to consider other alternatives. I do feel that as Wasaga Beach benefits from proceeds from our casino, that there may be an opportunity to look at those organizations that provide service to our community that we do not provide to our own residents. And certainly the Humane Society would be one of those organizations. So I'm hopeful that Council would entertain a discussion to possibly look at maybe the same level of support, but that it's made over a 10-year period or even a 15-year period, and that it is funded out of the proceeds of casino revenue. So I'm not going to put a motion on the floor at this point because I would hope that there's some discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. We'll go with Mayor Smith and then Councillor DeLeo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Myself and the CAO had the opportunity to meet with other CAOs and mayors from 4 other communities a couple of weeks ago over in Clearview Township. This is something we do quarterly. The mayors and CAOs get together. And this was a discussion at that meeting, and it was felt by, I think, all members that although this is a service that is required, that this was a big ask, especially when we look at the times that we're in economically. Having said that, I fully support and understand that the Humane Society needs to grow and move forward. They are busier by the day, just like any other of these types of services, such as hospitals and medical clinics and you name it. So I too am of the belief that perhaps we need to go back and have a conversation with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, and my recommendation would be that they keep the ask the same, but that they move that instead of over 4 years, over 8 or 10 years, and that might be a heck of a lot more palatable for each of our communities to be able to deal with and absorb. And I would also support Councillor Belanger's opinion of this, that perhaps we could look at looking at this out of casino revenues. But having said that, Council still needs to have that discussion, period, about casino revenues. And so before we do that, I think it would be premature, but it's not a bad idea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Councillor DeLeo, and then Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in total agreement with Councillor Belanger and Mayor Smith. The Humane Society does incredible work all around, and being an animal advocate, I tell you, the work they do is phenomenal. So we need to sit down and we need to give them something, whether it be for 10 years, 5 years, whatever it may be. We need to support them because, like other towns, we use them. So people from Wasaga Beach use the Humane Society. So, and the work that they do, like I said, is phenomenal. So we need to support them. So we need to get back to the table and see what we can do for them. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair Schnell. I think the public's aware, but over COVID, the pet population has exploded, and pet supply stores are expanding. They're becoming more numerous. So it's very understandable that the Humane Society outgrew their facility, and they're doing a lot more work with a lot more pets. So. With that said, I would propose that we refer this back to staff and then have them bring back an alternative option for support. Thank you.
I see Madam Treasurer, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was planning to bring the staff report forward in April for the casino policy. If that time frame is acceptable, I can address this suggestion through that mechanism as well, and just bring this topic back at that time.
Thank you. I don't see any issue with that as long as the Humane Society has not asked for an earlier date or an answer at an earlier date. Does that fit their timelines as well?
Through yourself, they have inquired as to when a decision would be made, and I did indicate that the report would be coming forward on this date. I can reach back out to them and let them know that we'd be bringing something forward in April if that is acceptable, unless you want that moved up earlier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm okay with that. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So it's a fantastic suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so just go ahead with the same, or do I have to change it?
Through you, Chair. So if we, if I'm hearing Councillor Blanchet correctly, we would put forward a different motion that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council refer the grant request matter back to staff to discuss further options with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, with a report to be brought back in April. Is that correct?
Can I have a mover and a seconder? We got moved by Councillor Blanchet, seconded by Councillor Ego. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving along to item 6.4.7. This item as well was pulled by Councillor Blanchet, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I also pulled this, hopefully for a little bit of discussion on the part of council, is that we had certainly at previous meetings talked about possibly the merger of some of the committees. I think the historical committee was one for consideration. This is talking about you know, dissolving due to the lack of people, but that had applied. I think we heard earlier that that may have changed, but I also feel that the history of Wasaga Beach is something that hasn't been very well leveraged as a tourist attraction, or other for that matter. Like, there's some events. I also believe that it hasn't received maybe the amount of attention from other levels of government that it deserves, and I'm speaking specifically of Nancy Island and certainly the importance of the Battle of 1812 and the Nancy. So I thought that there should be a consideration of potentially moving that into the economic development, tourism, and arts, because I think there is a synergy there. I don't think it is. I don't think it's separate. I think it can be a real draw to bring people to Wasaga Beach to better understand the rich history, not just of Wasaga Beach, but of Canada. So those are. So I'm hoping there's further discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Does anybody else have anything to add? Okay, Councillor Timms, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Blanchet, I think that's a good suggestion, and maybe this is too fine a point, excuse me, but perhaps we could call this heritage rather than historical advisory, because I think that opens up a lot more opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had some significant conversation about this with staff, and I can see that Carly's here to speak to this if need be. I understand perhaps where Councillor Timms is coming from a heritage standpoint, but I think the original plan for this committee and it being historical was that it was specifically to Wasaga Beach, and so we hear talk of Nancy Island and the War of 1812, which was taught extensively in schools when I went to school in this building was a very important part of our history, and still is. But the Historical Advisory Committee, if I understand correctly, was initially set up to pinpoint specific items and areas, buildings, organizations, groups, whatnot, within our boundaries of Wasaga Beach. And I'm kind of looking back here because I see there's a couple of experts there. And so I just don't know that those two will marry well in this case, but again, I'd like to get some more information on this. This is an important committee, and I understand we're looking to dissolve it because it appeared to us through 2 advertisings in the paper, so on and so forth, that there was no interest in it. And certainly we do not have the staff resources to be able to take it on ourselves. But now hearing from Mr. Bickerstaff this morning, and knowing the folks in this community, that they've now heard we need people for this. You know, I heard, well, I didn't see the newspaper article, or I didn't know we should be applying. I don't know what more we can do here, but it's something I hear all the time in our community that I wasn't aware. I wasn't aware there were fireworks. I wasn't aware there was a committee. We were advertising for committees for a month or more, twice, 2.5 months, and I still had people coming up to me halfway through, 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way through that process while we're advertising, saying, when are you going to ask for committees? So, I mean, I get it. You can ask my wife. I look at everything with man eyes. I can't find anything. So I get it. We miss things. We're busy. Life is different. We've all got COVID brains, so on and so forth. I just think that we just need to take this back. I think we need to look at the terms of reference. I mean, this is an opportunity, if we're going to look at this today, to keep it going, or make a recommendation to keep it going, that we also take advantage of looking at the terms of reference, and speaking to a couple of the people in this community to maybe work on that terms of reference. So when we put this back together, that we've got a committee that is focused on Wasaga Beach. It's our Historical Advisory Committee. It's what we're dealing with. It's our town. It's our history. And that we I don't want to say get it right, because I think we've had it right, but people would argue that the committee made a lot of plaques and stuff, but that was about it. I think it goes much further. I think this committee needs to be involved with our library. It needs to be involved with our archives. I think we have an opportunity here to take our historical Wasaga Beach much deeper. And I think if we get the right people serving our community on this committee, that this will be a very positive thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see Carly Murdoch, if you want to go ahead and speak to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to raise a point of clarification, which is just that staff were not recommending the dissolution of this committee simply because there weren't enough applicants, because we could have done another round. However, after review of the mandate of the HAC, a review of the mandate of the archives, it was determined that the two overlapped. And it was felt that perhaps if we unified these two entities, that their joint efforts and joint mandates would actually help the groups, help these volunteers be more effective in the passionate projects and in the works that they wanted to do into the committee. And if I had your permission, I would just like to address some of the public comments that were made about it, because I think it's important that the public knows that staff are listening to them when they speak in the open forum. And I just wanted to set out that the dissolution of the HAC does not necessitate the dissolution of the group efforts, expertise, and the skill set of our passionate volunteers, and rather that, as the report indicates, staff have envisioned a new format for this group as a working group within the archives under the guidance of the archives coordinator, who as staff has the ability to bring forward recommendations to council, and that this working group, which would consist of interested volunteers and the archives coordinator, could still perform the same functions that the Historical Advisory Committee could. And I would make the argument that this cohesive body, rather than disparate entities, with this unified vision and mandate again, would be much more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. That's a great suggestion. Any comments or conversation? Councillor Blanchet?
Yes, thank you, Chair. again, in a committee format, the chair is a member of the public. We have a staff representative, and we know that that system allows for every voice to be heard, and there's a voting system. If you take that away, and I'm not suggesting it would happen, but one individual could have much more say in what comes forward from that working group. So I think the committee format is very good. I'd also say that right now that our archive coordinator is a contract position. There certainly has been some thought and discussion as to the future of where the archives should be located, how it should be managed. Certainly I've had some of those discussions with our CEO of the library. So I would tend to agree with Mayor Smith that this is an important committee, and that I think it should be an advisory committee to council if we choose to keep it as an independent historical committee.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. We have Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, I'm definitely very much in favor of preserving, celebrating, and showcasing the beautiful history of Wasaga Beach as we move forward. But I also do see the redundancy of the two aspects, and I do feel that operating within the archives not only gives them a nice physical space surrounded by the history of Wasaga Beach, but it also gives them the ability to define the future as we expand on that project and maybe even move it to a better location. So I feel putting the two together is going to serve the town best.
Thank you, Councillor White. Okay, so based on Councillor White's motion, is there a mover? Councillor White's moving it, and a seconder? Mayor Smith? All those in favor? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry? And those opposed? Councillor Blanchet, thank you. And that carries. Okay, we move on to item number 6.4.9, the Deputy Clerk's report, and that again was pulled by Councillor Blanchet, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I guess I'm a busy guy today. I pulled this because this is a departure from how things were done in the past in making appointments to committees, and I think it's important that the public is aware of that. Is that we have now formed a selection committee that is made up of key staff members, the mayor, the staff representative, for the given committee, and also for the council representative for the given committee. So in the past, there maybe rightfully or wrongfully so, there has been suggestion that appointments were made because of political affiliation or political support. And obviously what we want on these committees are those individuals within our residency that have the greatest experience and the greatest ability to contribute to the work of these committees. And I believe that the change that this council has and staff have put forward and that we're going to vote on today is a very significant change. It speaks to the transparency of this council, and I'm going to support this wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Is there anyone else that would like to make comments? Seeing none, I would, if I could. sitting on the committee, the selection committee, I really enjoyed the process. I thought it was great. Information sharing and each person being able to contribute their thoughts and perspectives. And I think ultimately what it's going to do is deliver a committee that's very intentional and highly skilled. So I really enjoyed the process, and I too will be in favor of this motion today. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. That the report titled Recommendation Report, Appointment Bylaw and Related Policy Update to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 10th, 2023 be received, and that staff be directed to bring forward the draft bylaw and related appointment policy to committee and board appointments for consideration. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor White and Mayor Smith, and all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Snell, just a point of clarification. It was my misunderstanding there, but just for clarity, the motion that was passed pertaining to the Historical Advisory Committee was the motion on the agenda, which, if you'd like, I can read it out so that it's stated publicly. I know that we just moved and seconded it, but I don't believe we read that out loud. Would you like me to just read it for clarification purposes? So the motion that was passed was that the Joint Committee of the Whole the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received the report titled Historical Advisory Committee Dissolution for information, and that the Historical Advisory Committee of Council be dissolved and its mandate be subsumed by the Wasaga Beach Archives.
Go ahead, Your Worship.
If I may speak to that, because I seconded that motion. And I did that was to dissolve this so as that we can now look at working with, we can have staff go and speak to the archivist and work at creating a new terms of reference so as that we can then come back and create a new committee, which may very well be called a Historical Advisory Committee again, but with a updated mandate and set of terms of reference. So as that we have a committee that is more focused on what it is we want to be accomplished here.
Through you, Chair, I believe, I don't know if that was the intent of Councillor White, but I believe Carly had noted it would be more of a working group that is created within the archivist's position at the Town Archives building. Is that not correct, Carly?
My understanding was that called it a working group, call it a committee, but it will be a group of an uneven amount of people that can vote and make decisions, right? And then staff, the archivist, can bring that back to council. That's how I understood it, correct?
Sorry, the intent would be to have a group of individuals which consisted of volunteers under, we could call it the chairship of the archives coordinator, to get together to make decisions about the projects and the kinds of things that the archives would bring forward, specifically to fulfill its mandate, which would be, obviously bringing advice back to council on promoting the town's history. And absolutely is something, that structure has not been determined, was not something that was set out clearly in the report, so there is room for interpretation. Thank you.
The intent of the motion was to have the Historical Advisory Committee folded into the archives. What they do once they're in that position is fine with me. I just didn't feel there was a need to have two separate entities all working on the same thing. So if there is a working group that's uneven numbered, that's within the archivist purview that reports to council, that's well within what I believe Carly had read out.
Can I turn it to our CEO, please?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if it would make sense to refer this back to staff and have us come back on this issue. If the intent of council is to maintain a committee of council or a subcommittee of council, I'm not sure that's what you just voted on. and correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Clerk or Clerk. So I think there's a bit of confusion here that it might make sense to refer this back.
That's correct. It would have been through your chair, it would have been an informal working committee, we wouldn't be creating or passing terms of reference at the table. It would be something that's at the purview of the archives coordinator and under her oversight. So if the intent is to change that, we would have to floor a reconsideration of the vote, if that's...
Okay, I've got Mayor Smith and then Councillor Belanger, please.
No, I understand completely what we did here. We dissolved the committee. We moved it over into, I think you called it a subsumed working group or committee, call it what you will, within the archives. And my understanding of that was that the committee was done. The archivist could then, we could go out, we could advertise, we could get people to come in, call that group whatever we're going to call it. You know, whether it's a committee, a subgroup or whatever, but it's a working group to work with the archivist, if I understood this correctly. And at that point, if they had things that they wanted to do, and I'm looking to Carly here, because it's her report, if they had things or something that they wanted to bring forth to council, they would do that through the archivist, correct? And that archivist, as a staff member, could make recommendations to council. We could vote on it and move it forward or decline it.
That's absolutely correct. So the archivist would now be the new mechanism through which those recommendations would be made. So
to be clear, although we don't have a historical advisory committee, we will have, and I want to stress, will have a group of some sort, a working group within the archives. I'm assuming of uneven people, so if you wanted to take a vote, you could, whether that's an official vote or not, but it would certainly help the archivist to come forward. We can do that. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear, and that's what I was clear on, so thank you.
Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Chair Snell. I just want a point of clarification is that when we talk about duplicate effort between the archives and a historical committee, it would make sense that the archives coordinator would be the staff representative on the committee. My concern is that if you don't have a formal chair and voting mechanism, you are going to have one individual that is going to have significantly more influence and say as to what comes forward to council. So I believe that, again, I would put through a motion right now for reconsideration of the vote we just took, so that we, if it is reconsidered, we can refer it back to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair. So with the reconsideration, the motion to reconsider has to come from the prevailing side. So anyone that voted in the affirmative may put forth a reconsideration at this time.
Go ahead, Councillor Ego, and then Mayor Smith. Okay, and do we have a seconder? Mayor Smith.
What is going on here?
Sorry? Yeah, and all those in favor? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, so we would now require a vote on the main motion. I can read it if you'd like. Please. Sure.
Sorry, point of order. Perhaps you can explain to council here what we're doing. I'm seeing some confused faces, and I don't want to go through this again.
So a motion has been put forth to reconsider the original motion, and it has now passed. So the main motion, which I will read for council, will be re-voted on. If that motion were to fail, a member could put forth a new motion or an amendment.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
Through the chair, just for clarification, I did indicate that if the reconsideration was successful, that I would motion a referral back to staff, just so when we're voting on the main motion, that staff realize that the next vote would be to refer back to staff.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go ahead and read that motion, please, Madam Clerk?
The motion on the floor, that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receive the report titled Historical Advisory Committee Dissolution for Information, and that the Historical Advisory Committee of Council be dissolved and its mandate be assumed by the Wasaga Beach Archives.
Can I have a mover and a seconder?
I'll move it.
Councillor White. And a seconder?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, and that motion is defeated. All those in favor? No, I did. All those opposed. No, there's no seconders, so I did. Yeah. So if anybody would like to put a motion on the floor at this time, thank you. Mayor Smith?
Actually, I think Councillor Belanger had spoke to it first, so I'll let him put the motion on the floor.
Yes, I'd like to motion to refer this item back to staff for further consideration and to come back to council at the next meeting.
Okay, can we have a seconder for that motion? Mayor Smith? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Whew.
Win some, lose some.
Okay, so I think we are on this one, 6.4.10, Chief Administration Officer's Verbal Update. This one was pulled by Sasha, and we'll lean to Andrew, please, first for comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this one will be a little bit easier than the last one. Given the comments this morning, unless council would like me to delve a little deeper, I would recommend that we simply put a motion on the floor to amend the term of council priorities to delete any reference to 15-minute neighborhoods and replace with the term complete communities that's taken from the provincial growth plan.
Is there any question or discussion about this? No? All in favor? Or in agreement?
No.
Okay. So, just to be received?
Perhaps.
It's about taking out that phrase, right? You have a comment? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Taleo.
Thank you. Andrew, thank you very much for this morning for clarifying that, because in reality, 15-minute cities do exist. Some may say they don't, but they do, and they exist in Europe, and specifically in Oxford. And from the research that I have done, they are very restrictive. They take away the rights from a lot of people. So when you clarified that we're not going to be doing that, and it has nothing to do with that, I was very happy to hear that, because I'm totally against that, and I believe in people's freedoms, people's rights. So thank you, and now I think Wasaga could move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. And would any member of council like to put the CAO's motion on the floor? Mayor Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we've heard, maybe we can ask the CAO to speak his motion again so the clerks can record it. And then the clerk can call it if they don't already have it, and then we can have mover and seconder and go forward.
Go ahead. Through you, Deputy Mayor Smell, if this is correct, Andrew or Mr. CO, that the verbal update, that you've provided earlier, be received, and that staff amend the term of council priorities to replace the 15-minute neighborhoods wording with complete communities.
That's correct.
Excellent. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Timms, Mayor Smith, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, 6.4.11, CAO Officers Report dated March 10th, 2023, regarding the town's organizational structure. This report was pulled by 3 people, Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, and myself. And I'll ask, please, that our CAO speaks to this matter first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to members of council. Could I ask Chris if you can put up we have two appendices to the report, and I'll speak to this one first. This is the town's existing structure. Excellent, thank you. And I wanted to make council aware that this really goes hand in hand with the next item on the agenda, which we're calling Work Your Way Wasaga, and I just want to thank Denise Henry for all of her support in bringing that one forward, as well as input on the organizational structure. The process, just so you're aware, to get to a proposed structure for your consideration today started shortly after I began with the Town of Wasaga Beach, but in fact it began many years ago in my mind. Having previously worked for the town, had an opportunity to experience for about 4 years how the town was working, had the luxury of stepping back out and stepping back in with some fresh eyes and looking critically at how the town is currently operating. We held some all-staff meetings in council chambers shortly after I started, and we did a lot of listening and had dialogue with staff around what they felt was working well, what perhaps we could improve to essentially improve our service delivery to the residents of Wasaga Beach. We also had a series of sessions with the folks around this table, the leadership team, just to, again, take a step back and a real critical look at how the town was structured, what kind of structure we think needs to be in place for where we really need to go as a community, as council, in order to deliver on all of the term council priorities that you've asked us to do. The current structure, which you see on your screen now, has been in place for a very long time. It is actually quite unusual to have a structure that just sits stagnant for as many years as this one has. And I think if we traced back the origins of this, it probably dates back to when Wasaga Beach had a much smaller population of a mere few thousand people. This structure is really about a lot of centralized control in the CAO. And when you're a small town of 4,000, 5,000 people, it might have made sense for that time. We're now a community of 24,000, one of the fastest growing communities in Canada. We will be looking at growing dramatically over the next 30 years. So a structure like this is really not a structure that can carry this town into the future. I mentioned that it really concentrates decision-making control in the CAO's office. And my understanding, having worked here previously and from feedback from staff, is there was really a culture of intense micromanagement going on in the corporation over the last, again, since this effectively began. That creates tremendous inefficiencies when you have to come to the CAO and ask for approval on really minute issues that should be properly addressed with other staff. I've shared jokingly with a number of staff upon arriving here, virtually every day I would find folders this thick on my desk where I'm citing invoices for $9 and $8 and $11. You know, getting into that micro level of detail for the CAO is probably not the most efficient use of my time, nor of all of staff's time. The town is growing fast. Our issues are becoming more complex. And without some change, I think we're going to get bogged down really quickly if we aren't already. What we are thinking about is a structure that is not only for today, but that could last for the next 5, 10, 20 years as the needs of this corporation change. When you're so focused on the daily churn of activities that go on, it's very difficult to poke your head up and look at the forest and where you're actually trying to go. And I think that's probably a symptom of what's been happening in Wasaga Beach. Everybody, this team around this table is a tremendous team, and I have the highest respect for all of them. But the daily grind here is very intense. So stepping up and thinking about strategy and vision and direction has really been, I think, absent for many, many years. COVID was difficult for everybody around the globe. As horrible as that was, a lot of organizations actually took the opportunity to innovate and reinvent themselves. And unfortunately, Wasaga did not take full advantage of that opportunity. Most municipalities in Canada, in Ontario, used the opportunity to go virtual, get rid of paper, innovate, be creative. You were forced to, because people were working in different places, different cities, different countries even. So the normal pre-pandemic operations just didn't work. So unfortunately, we didn't get to experience a lot of that innovation in this corporation. So the structure on the screen there, my recommendation is that it's in desperate need of reinvention. And if we could go to the second slide. This is the proposed, and if we can zoom in a little bit, apologies for how small the text is on it. It's difficult to fit a structure like this all on one page, but I will walk you through some of the details of what this is all about. I've heard the mayor comment a number of times that the town of Wasaga Beach, while we are a small town, we're dealing with big city issues, and that is absolutely correct. Any community in any direction of the GTA within a 1.5 hour commute is essentially in the commuter shed of the Greater Toronto Area. That means these more complex issues are bleeding into our town. Issues of affordable housing, homelessness, tremendous growth pressures, etc. So we need a nimble structure that can actually help us grow and adapt with these issues. Furthermore, greenfield, we've still got a few years left of greenfield development, but that's going to slowly wind down, and Wasaga will build to its borders. And then you're into a whole new second generation growth, third generation growth in some areas of your community. To effectively guide that and do it smart, in a smart way, you really need to be looking at a more innovative and nimble structure. The focus moving forward will absolutely be more within the built-up area and moving away from designated greenfield areas. With that brings more complexity. You got a taste of some of the applications this morning and the community involvement that comes with that. Greenfield is easy because you're building in farm fields. But what happens is you tend to build in your community that will be the voice of the next development that needs to come to the table. So things will become more complex. They're not going to become easier as we move forward. Again, I mentioned urban issues, affordable housing, homelessness, etc. Instead of a top-down structure that controls staff, the structure that you're looking at on the screen is really about empowering staff to make decisions and to innovate. That's one of the things that we're trying to do with here. We want to empower directors to direct and get away from micromanaging. We have managers and supervisors that play that role. Directors need to be operating at a higher level and really be looking at where we're going as a corporation. We have proposed within this structure the creation of some general manager roles. And I want to be very clear, these are not new hires, complete new positions that we are creating here. These are intended to be dual roles that a few people around this table who are already currently working here would step up and be that dual role. So I want to make it clear to the community, we're not spending hundreds of thousands of dollars creating new positions to undertake this. But the goal here is really to create a team of leaders and a leadership team that really works together to move the town forward in collaboration very closely with council. We want to very deliberately poke our heads up above the sand and really be thoughtful about where we're going and really engage in more strategic type thinking, not only as a corporation, but with our partners at the provincial, federal level, school boards, any other relevant stakeholders that we need to be collaborating with. And the town has not been strong at that over the past few years. This is not a new model, and I'm going to walk you through some of the details of this in a moment. I want to be clear, this is not new. We didn't just pull this out of thin air. This is a well-used model by many municipalities across this province, across this country. We've tailored it to Wasaga Beach, so it's based on best practices, but it also represents local context here, so that it will be effective for where we think we need to go. There's nothing wrong with learning from others. If other people have already figured it out, it's okay to borrow and adopt to your community. So what I'll do right now, just very quickly, is walk through some of the changes in this organizational structure and the implication it would have. So to begin with, at the top, all of the boxes in blue, what we would like to do is create what we're calling the Office of the CAO. And that office is really about championing the key large council initiatives outlined in the term of council priorities. So these are the big ones, such as redevelopment of the beachfront, bringing a high school to town, etc. So these are the big things that really require strong corporate leadership. Just because something is being led from the CAO's office does not mean that the other folks around this table and other staff are not involved. And in practice, it's quite the opposite. The goal here is to actually pursue cross-departmental thinking and collaboration, and really ensuring that the town is working horizontally and not just vertically together. Within the office, we would have the CAO, Deputy CAO, Mr. Jerry Marshall. We would have an EA to the Mayor, Council, and the CAO's office. We would propose bringing economic development into the office of the CAO. Again, this is a model that is quite common. It just elevates the importance of economic development. Simcoe County has done that fairly recently, as have most municipalities throughout the Greater Golden Horseshoe. As our treasurer mentioned earlier, we'd like to propose bringing in-house legal counsel. We think there will be a cost savings to the municipality, even if it is a break even in terms of financial costs that have been going out to the door to pay for legal services. The efficiencies that will be realized by that are tremendous. Our staff are constantly, almost daily, reaching out to external lawyers, whether it is for employment issues or just general legal advice. It could take a day, 2 days to get a formal response, and then you need a formal letter written. That one quick comment will cost you $3,000 in legal fees, and I'm just pulling that out of thin air as an example. If you've got a lawyer on the same floor with you down the hall, you can poke your head in and say, I've got a quick question for you. What would you recommend I do with this? So it will allow us to move much more quickly on multiple issues. The idea would be to bring in a general practitioner that would also have the ability to help us with employment issues. There will still be the need for external legal counsel on retainer, whether you need some support in land tribunal hearings, etc. But having that internal resource will dramatically improve the efficiency of the corporation. We're proposing 3 departments. The first would be corporate services, second development services, and the third would be community services. Each would be led by a general manager. Each general manager will really guide that whole holistic business unit and really be accountable to council. So reports to council will flow through that GM. So everything is not controlled by the CAO. It's a very deliberate attempt to, again, further the team work here within the corporation. Within the groups, I'll focus on community services first. Essentially, this is our works and recreation departments merged. Not a lot has changed within the business units there, so there shouldn't be much disruption in terms of day-to-day activity. I will highlight the business unit termed culture. The idea there is that this group would really own special events, but also really grow its mandate over the future and get more involved in arts and culture. The Director of Recreation and I have spoke on numerous occasions about the importance of culture, particularly for Wasaga Beach and perhaps creating public art programs, etc. So there's tremendous opportunity to grow cultural significance here. And that's an incredible opportunity to diversify our economy within Wasaga Beach. For development services, there's actually a number of new business units proposed here. And the idea is these don't have to be created in year one. They can be staffed up as we have the ability to do so and be considered through our budget process. Some of the highlights I'll note for you. First is an urban design and parks planning group. Currently, there is no urban designer on staff within the entire town. Design, beauty are important economic development tools. What you look like is important. When you are a tourism town, it is 10 times more important than a regular community. You've heard me speak about this before. We are competing with great tourist destinations around the world to attract people to come and stay here and spend their money here. We need to look great. So creating and bringing an urban designer, landscape architect in-house will hopefully raise the bar on design quality, but also help us be proactive in really raising the bar of what we look like and how we convey ourselves to the world. Parks planning is currently a role that is provided by Director Lalonde's group. So we would look at merging those groups. So an urban designer, LA, would then be in charge of proactive urban design and parks planning for the corporation. Underneath that, we have a policy and growth management group. Director Heron is incredibly busy. His team are incredibly busy. Policy and growth management are so critically important for the future of this town. They don't have a lot of time because they're caught up in the daily churn. So that's a group that I think we would want to pay attention to over the next little while and try and grow that. You can start small. It can start with a data analyst, but it's very important to understand what your growth numbers are looking like, how your infrastructure is supporting where you need to go, and you've got the right capacity to grow and where you're going to grow. So policy growth management, the needs of some specialized expertise there are only going to heighten. Most mature municipalities, that's where they're spending a lot of their attention currently. Affordable housing, I think at every council meeting, we've constantly heard about the importance of addressing the housing crisis. So the idea here would be to have a unit within the town that would work collaboratively with the county to really advance housing issues. Again, you don't need a big team. It can start small. This is not unusual. Within my previous role, I had a housing mandate under me as well. So it is something that for many, many years, a lot of municipalities said, oh, that's the jurisdiction of upper levels of government. That's changing, and now municipalities are saying we can't afford to just let it be held by others. This is too important to our community. Within the corporate services group, not a lot of change in terms of the actual business units, but there is some change of how they are grouped. I should also mention we're looking at moving bylaw under the development services group. So what we've tried to do in collaboration with all of the department heads around the table is look for synergies between groups and where we can realize some efficiencies. We think this makes sense, and you know, we can monitor this over the next little while, and if we need to make some tweaks, we'll come back and say we need to make some tweaks. It would not be unusual once you start experimenting with it that you might need to make some changes. But to set Wasaga up for the future, I'm quite confident that this is a structure that could take the town forward for many, many decades. Again, it's a model that is not foreign to municipalities. It gives us a leadership team as well as an extended leadership team that can play more of a leadership role and invest in staff and mentoring and grow innovation and culture, et cetera. So I'll stop there unless there are any questions that the council has.
Thank you, Andrew. So we had a couple of councillors pull this report, so I'll turn to them first. We have Councillor Timms and then Councillor Blanchet, please.
It's funny because I don't remember pulling this report, Chair Snell, but I must say that I am completely on side with this structure. And even from my brief experience as a town staff employee, I was puzzled sometime by the structure here. So I think that if everybody is happy with this from a staff perspective. I think that we're going to see a lot of work get done under this new structure. And I feel that it's so important to empower our leaders to be able to do things quickly, nimbly, and move the town forward. So thank you. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Blanchet, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. I'm very excited about the new structure, and I think you certainly did a very good job of explaining it, but there comes a point in time when you centralize decision-making that it becomes the bottleneck. And I certainly, in my career, talked a lot, built a lot about culture, about sales excellence and high-performance teams. And I believe this structure gives us an opportunity to, and you talked about innovation, but I mean, it allows every member of staff to innovate, every member of staff to be empowered. And I'll use this analogy, and I've talked to a lot of people about it. I'll be very brief. And I've, over the last 7 years, I've seen a lot of things. But every member of our team comes to work with a bag of sand on their back. And that weight is from their personal lives. It could be from an extended sick family member, their water heater broke, or whatever happened. And as leadership, we have two options. We either heap on more sand or we poke holes in the bag. And the bottom line, whether you know it or not, the lighter your load, the more your productivity, the more you can accomplish. The heavier your load, the harder you have to work to get less done. And I will tell you, I think within our organization, there is a huge opportunity to release and find the true potential of all of our team members. And I can tell you, I believe this structure and what we're going to deal with next are going to generate huge results for our residents. And I applaud you, all of you who worked on this.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Councillor White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Andrew, fantastic. You know, someone who does legacy and org charts every day in my corporate world, it's a pleasure to see this. You know, at first glance of the structure, you know, it looks like an often opportunity for siloing, but thanks to Committee of the Whole, we can avoid that. But it does raise concerns with regards to just, you know, reach and scope of having three essentially department heads essentially underneath the CAO's office that would almost want or beg for 10, you know, middle managers below it to for each one of those cells. And I just want to, you know, encourage you to resist having, you know, stacked upon middle management to facilitate such an aggressive org chart. If pulled off, it'll be a tremendous efficiency for the town. I just want you to resist having so many middle managers. The last part is just the lack of the word tourism in there. Like, I know from sitting here that you mean that when you have the word culture there. That's the tourism bucket as they go together. But I think for maybe the public, maybe have the word tourism, you know, footnoted in that culture bubble.
It's with economic development. Go ahead, Andrew.
Actually, yeah. Through Madam Chair, the intention would be the Economic Development Group would actually have economic development and tourism title to it.
Andrew, did you want to address the middle management concern?
Sure. Thank you, through Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor White that is not the intention. Having worked in much larger municipalities, that typically does bog down corporations when you have too many middle managers. So that is not the intention here. We are currently a very lean organization. I think we will maintain that leanness moving forward. And the goal here is really to empower frontline staff to be creative and innovative and get directors guiding and mentoring. So it's not to build up the middle bureaucracy.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've looked at this probably too many hours now, and I too commend Andrew and the rest of our leadership team on this. I know that you've had some meetings on this and you've put your heads together. You know, as I look out over these folks here today, I can tell you that we have the best of the best. And I'm not just saying that because I'm the mayor of this community. I'm saying that because I've been able to work with these people. I've been able to get to know them a little bit. I've been able to see what I consider their strengths and weaknesses. And the one thing I know for sure is that their strengths, first and foremost, is the town of Wasaga Beach. That's where their hearts are. That's where their souls are. And so when I look to this org chart and I see the individuals here, who are the individuals here, I know that this is going to work and it's going to work well. Are there going to be bumps? Sure there is. Are we going to need to make a change here or there? I guarantee it. Will we make a mistake? Absolutely. But we're moving forward, and we're moving forward in a direction that most importantly, in my opinion, empowers the people that we give empowering titles to who have not been empowered in the past. I've been in business going on 40 years now. And I can tell you that my business is very different than the business here at the town of Wasaga Beach. But there's one thing I've always believed in, it's the people. You've heard me say it here before. The most important people in this organization are the people on the front lines. The people who are making it happen every day. And we have to give them the power to do what it is we've asked them to do, as opposed to saying, here's what we want you to do, but you're going to come back to one individual every time you want to do something. We give budgets to departments that continuously, after that budget is approved, have to get everything they do or purchase or spend money on in that budget. And again, it creates, as Councillor Belanger said, a bottleneck. Reports. Every report written at one point prior to now had to go and be seen and approved by one individual. Yet we have all of these brilliant, competent people who have the ability to do that and should be doing that, quite frankly, in my opinion. So I'm thrilled that we're looking to make changes. I'm also very thrilled that although we have 3 general managers, that we have left and kept specific positions also part of that leadership team or the extended leadership team. We've kept our treasurer, who will in future be our chief financial officer, at that leadership table. And that was very intentional, I'm sure, Andrew, because anything we do, the treasurer best be aware of it. She holds the purse strings in the end. And one thing I know about our treasurer, although there are days that I speak with her and think, that's not what I want to hear, I know that what she's telling me is what I need to hear. And so that's important. And to have our human resources, and Lord knows our human resources have been taxed over the last few years, and our clerk as the extended leadership team, I think is vitally important. So I don't think this was something that Andrew and the team thought of overnight. I think they've spent some time on it. I couldn't be more proud of them for what they've come up with. I'm sure that we'll see some changes as we move along, some title changes or add something or delete something as we learn, but we're going in the right direction. And, you know, again, I'll say we're a small town with big city problems. And as we move forward over the next 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, as we look to redevelop our beachfront and create a proper Main Street for our citizens that they darn well deserve and have for many years, that it's going to take a team that is not only as brilliant as our team is, but that is laid out properly and is given the ability to move the puck around the ice without having to run back to the bench and say, hey, coach, can I go to the right side of the net as opposed to the left side of the net? Because at the end of the day, as long as we put the puck in the net, we'll win the game. And Wayne Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So I commend staff and the CAO for moving us forward in this manner. And I look forward to seeing the great things that it's going to accomplish as we do go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had also pulled this report, and I just most of it has been said. I just wholeheartedly agree that there's nothing worse than inefficiency and more irritating than inefficiency. So I think in terms of a retention strategy and an attraction strategy, that in itself is worth its weight in gold. One question I did have is for the deputy CAO position, do you see that as a temporary, or do you see that as a permanent, or if you could speak to that, please?
How do you feel? How do you feel about that, Jerry?
Sorry, let me just clarify. The reason why the curiosity is that you know, we had voted as a temporary position. Special projects, right? So now that we're looking at this reorg, and I totally get it, there is so much heavy lifting to be done to put the ship in the direction that we need it to be. So having a second arm of your department totally makes sense. I'm just wondering if it's permanent or if you see it as a temporary year term or whatever position.
Yes, thank you for the question. The intention would be permanent. I can assure council that both myself and Mr. Marshall are shooting for the moon here for where we want to take this community, and there's no shortage of work.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, then I will read the motion. Okay, that the report titled Recommendation Report, Town Organizational Structure, to the Joint Committee of the Whole in the Council meeting of March 10th, 2023 be received, and that staff proceed to implement the new organizational structure. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Blanchet, and seconded by Councillor Timms. All those in favor? And that motion carries unanimously. Would it be appropriate, given that we've been here 3 hours now, that we could take maybe a 5-minute break? Or what do you want to do? Do you want to push through the last pulled item and close general government? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll do that. So we have 6.4.12, which is the Manager of Human Resources report dated March 10th around the employee work schedules. If I could have Denise or Andrew, if you would like to speak to this item first, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll provide some opening remarks and then turn it over to Denise. As I mentioned earlier, the pandemic changed the way we all are working. What we are bringing forward today are policies that are not new. They've existed in both the public and private sector for decades. They are well tried and tested. So essentially, what we are looking to, again, proven track record, we're not inventing this. At the core of all of these policies is trust. Trust in your employees, trust that they are responsive and professional, and at the core is flexibility. Again, the pandemic changed the way all of us work, and we've realized that you don't have to be chained at a desk in a cubicle to deliver great work. But we also understand that everybody has unique circumstances. Whether you have small children, you're looking after elderly parents who with failing health, etc. We all have our challenges, and a bit of flexibility goes a long way to helping people with their daily lives and truly achieving a work-life balance. In my experience, where I spent the pandemic embracing all of these types of policies, I will tell you, the more flexibility I gave my team, the more they produced, the higher they performed, and I think that trend is shared by many across North America and around the world. In today's day and age, the types of tools that Denise will be walking council through, these aren't nice to haves, they're actually required talent attraction and retention tools. The policies that will be in front of council shortly, these are just bringing us in line with our competition. This is not us way above the competition. This is just leveling the playing ground so that we can actually compete to attract and retain our current talent. And the lesson I would say, if you don't provide what your employees are looking for, they vote with their feet, and they will leave, or they won't come here. And throughout the pandemic, I am not aware of any municipality in this province or this country that got hit harder than the town of Wasaga Beach. We lost 61% of our workforce. I will tell you, most municipalities, if you're in the 5 to 6% range, the red flags and sirens are going off that something critically has to change here, because you cannot undergo that level of turnover and maintain your efficiencies to the community. Over the last few years, I had an opportunity to work with a company, Ernst & Young, on workforce planning in my previous role. And they actually quantified the dollar lost to a municipality when you lose an employee. It's actually 33% of an individual's salary. So if you take a 61% loss of employees, it amounts to about 82 employees that the town lost. You quantify 33% average salary of about $80,000. There was a $2.1 million hit to this town because of the policies that were used here. Because the corporation, I will come out and say, was run in a rather draconian manner, where no flexibility was provided to employees, and quite frankly, the culture was a little toxic. In today's day and age, you just can't do that to employees. So there's an economic loss to the corporation. Denise and her team have been working frantically over the past few years to try and replace the staff. It's a tremendous workload that she and her team have been carrying. But when you think about when you lose an employee, the knowledge that walks out the door, the time and money that you've invested to train that employee is lost. The time it takes to rehire, the time to train a new employee, that's what goes into that $2.1 million economic impact. We need to do better, and I think the policies that are in front of you are a good step in that direction. And I will share with you as well, when we had our staff meetings, these are the things that came from staff, that staff told us that they were looking for that would make their lives better. So I wholeheartedly think this is the right thing to do, and I'll turn it over to Denise.
Thank you, Andrew. Through the chair, Council's desire to position the town as an employer of choice led staff to recommend the options in front of you today. And many, if not most, municipalities, as Andrew had mentioned, offer these things. The Work Your Way Wasaga will provide staff with flexible work arrangements within their respective roles while maintaining service delivery levels. Each employee has unique circumstances, balancing their work life, as well as they have unique work experiences as well. So consideration will be given to the requests that we receive, and with the emphasis that services and programs are maintained. This program is structured to allow managers to permit flexibility for staff where operations allow, through a number of parameters, and those being there's an application process to allow an evaluation of the request received. There's agreements that outline the expectations clearly. There are work tracking sheets that could be used just to ensure that all projects and work are being maintained, and regular reviews to ensure that the arrangements have no adverse effects on operations. The different type of options that are being proposed are a compressed work week. So, for example, working additional hours daily over a 4 or 9 day period to allow for some time off during that pay period. There's flex time opportunities, so modifying work schedules, work from home, and also a voluntary reduction of hours for a temporary period. In addition to the Work Your Way Wasaga policy, we are also proposing a shift to a 35-hour work week, and this also aligns us with what most of our competitors are working. And this is proposed as a trial until the end of the year, just so that we can be certain that this is appropriate for the town and its operations. So these two recommendations will level the playing field to allow us to hold on to and retain our valued staff and also attract qualified candidates. The number of staff that left during the last number of years, some only moved, less than a half an hour away, and that was detrimental to certain departments, such as planning, I think was ultimately hit probably the hardest. And the number of hours, to Andrew's point, both Jody and I, my colleague, we work very, very hard, but I know that there was also strain on every department head and staff member when you see staff leaving and having to take on different responsibilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for both of those reports. We have a few folks who have pulled this. So we've got Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, and myself. So we'll start, please, with Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schnell. A lot of it was covered, but I do believe, similar to the 15-minute communities, there are some on social media that would like to believe that with this recommendation that we're adding a lot of costs to the Wasaga Beach taxpayer. And it can't be further from the truth. And some will argue that, well, this $2.3 million hit, where was that? Because obviously, while you were recruiting, the positions were vacant. But there's a cost to that. And to your point on planning, we had 20 turnover in the last 4 years in planning because it's a very competitive expertise that a lot of municipalities were looking for. And included in that cost, I don't know if you even considered delayed application fees or unrealized development charges, but you can't possibly stay on top of your priorities and productivity with 20 turnover in a 4-year period of time. And with 84 through the whole organization, and I just went in you mentioned some of them, but you talk about the cost of formal training, but the informal training, like every individual that comes on board has no familiarity with any of the specific files. And no doubt they have to be assisted by other team members. I'm sure there was an overtime hit. Like, I mean, I just believe, and I am very confident, and the Wasaga Beach taxpayer needs to know, is we are going to reduce cost, increase productivity, increase innovation. And I am just so excited about this team, our staff, and our council, what we're going to accomplish over the next 4 years. It's going to be amazing.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, like I said earlier with the org chart changes, you're really taking the town in a very modern direction, and I'm really pleased to see this. These changes that you're making are very much in line with what we've been doing in the corporate world for a very long time, and they're demanding. And when positions sit vacant in an organization, as they will when you're trying to fill 81 positions with a small staff, the internal cost is huge and the productivity is huge, and then somebody else has to bear that load. The vacancy doesn't mean the work doesn't get done, it just means it gets done by somebody else. So I'm very much appreciative of what you're doing here, and I think that staff are definitely going to like what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor White. I just wanted to share an interesting thing. I was at a real estate investing conference about a year ago, and the keynote speaker was Kevin O'Leary. And as we all know, Kevin O'Leary has invested heavily in real estate that is used for office space. And so he said to his senior management team before COVID was finished, he said, all right, do your research, come back to me, tell me what's the percentage that people are coming back? And the team came back and they said 30%. And he's like, wow, okay, what am I gonna do with all this empty space? But he said, what was the actual number of how many came back? 15%. So the more adaptable and pivoting that we can be as an organization, the better. You know, I'm someone who benefits from working from home, and that is the only thing that allows me to do this community service job, frankly. So I very much support the new opportunities, and I think staff will be incredibly grateful. Is there anybody else who has any other? Mayor Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch on a few of the things that have already been touched on. And 81 people, 61%, or 84 people maybe it was. 82 people in a short period of time, 61% of our workforce. Now staff, don't take this personal, but look at these folks. They're tired. Why are they tired? Because they've been worked. Oh, is it because it's 4:30 and I'm still talking? Okay. My apologies. But they've been worked. They've been worked like rented mules, I'm sorry to say. We've had our planning department, I'm looking to our director of planning, Doug Heron, brilliant guy, hard worker, committed to this community, had replaced, I think, your whole staff twice. Tell me that work's getting done. You know, we talked earlier about our OP and where we're at with that, and we're way behind. Well, this is one of the reasons why. I can't begin to imagine coming to work every day knowing that you don't have what is required to do the job that's expected of you, and the personal toll that takes on your personal psyche. Because I believe everybody here gets up in the morning, ready to go and do the absolute best they can. And then they get out and they hop in their car or on their bike or rollerblades or however we get here. And then they start to think about, what am I going to do with this mess today? And we have to stop that. And you know, what I can tell you from my business, if we have 15 people behind the counter and 2 or 3 of those people don't show up, we accomplish 15 to 19% less business in that day. The cost of that is much more than the cost of those people being behind the counter and doing what it is that we need them to do and that the public expect. And so when we hear from contractors, when we hear from homeowners, when we hear from developers that, geez, it takes so long to get things done. Well, now we know why. We don't have enough people doing it. And so creating opportunities for people to improve their quality of life, not always necessarily. There will be people who will want to use this system 1 day a week and work from home. Some might want to work 2 days a week. Some might want to come to the office every day, and a lot of people, I can tell you, love coming to the office today. That's their social life, right? They you know, on their break and whatnot, they're with their friends and their peers. They go out for lunch together. It's a big part of who we are, and not just here at the town of Wasaga Beach, but all over. And so being able to be flexible when we can, I am confident, is only going to boost the morale and boost the productivity of the staff. Now, I have no idea how firefighters are going to work from home. But that's Craig's problem. You know, and I bring that up half jokingly because I had someone to me yesterday in a phone call, called me about this org chart and about Work Your Way Wasaga, and said just that. How the hell is a firefighter going to work from home? Now, I'm a little disappointed that I had to explain that to the individual, but not everyone's going to be able to work from home, but many will. And when we look at this building, we're busting at the seams. We're doing renovations all over the place at huge costs to try and get another inch of space. If some people are working at home, maybe we don't have to do that. There's a ton of savings, and there's a ton of efficiencies in this. And more importantly, it's treating the people the way we would want to be treated ourselves, and the way any other municipality. I can't think of one that doesn't have a work-from-home policies. To the wage situation in 35 hours a week versus 40. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the town of Wasaga Beach did work on a 35-hour work week for a long time. And at some point, that was changed to 40. Staff were not given more dollars to work 40. It was just, you do it. If we want to be competitive and we want to get the best of the best, and in spite of ourselves, we've been fortunate enough to do that. But I heard where we had 82 staff leaving and we were not getting resumes and applications. Is that an accurate statement, Denise?
We certainly did struggle in some areas, absolutely.
Yet, as we look to improve the organization, I'm happy to say the last few job postings we've put out there, we've been able to garner some really great folks. Our new clerk is sitting here with us today. No pressure. So it's about being competitive. It's no different than being competitive in the hamburger business or the donut business. You know, the founder of Tim Hortons often said, the only way we're going to beat everybody else is to do what they do and do it better. And we're no different. We've got the right people. We just need to make the appropriate changes to do what we do and do it better than anybody else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Is there any further comments on this? Seeing none, that the report titled Recommendation Report, Employee Work Schedule to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of March 10th, 2023 be received. And two, that the Work Your Way Wasaga recommendation for non-union staff to adopt an alternate work policy entitled Work Your Way Wasaga be recommended and approved by the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council. And three, that the hours of work and work schedule recommendation that amends the hours for work for non-union staff from 40 to 35 be recommended as a trial for the remainder of 2023 and approved by the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council. And four, that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council approve the updated wage grid that incorporates the 35-hour work week rates. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now, resolved that the Committee of the Whole session rise and move into the Council session to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole session. And I pass the floor back to Mayor Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move that we suspend the rules. We're supposed to go 30 minutes now. It's been a long day. It's going to be longer. I know that we probably all would like at least a 5 or 10 minute break, so I'm going to look to the clerk and deputy clerk on this. We want to suspend the rules from 30 minutes maybe to 10. How do we go about that?
Thank you, Worship. If we have a 2/3 support from council, we can go ahead and do that.
All right, can I see a show of hands? I think we're there unanimously. All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at about 8 minutes to.